Welcome back to another AC Origin stream. Today continuing our stove and ore mission playthrough. And yeah, we are almost ready to leave Siwa behind and make our way to Alexandria to meet with Aya. And yeah, gonna focus today first on finishing everything in Siwa and doing a bit of a modern day. And yeah, then we're traveling across the dunes towards Alexandria next. Currently on level 6 with about 2 hours played. Let me just do one thing real quick here. Gonna make sure it's actually running in exclusive full screen.
Clear off! Rabia!
Bayek! It does my heart good to have you again in Siwa.
You nursed Senu back to health. I never expected to see her again.
She is a tough old bird.
Like you, eh?
Bayek.
Epsifa tells me you are healing the villagers as best you can. It would give me much pleasure to help you.
That is kind of you. May your car be blessed. I can always use help. The soldiers are brutes. Almost every villager has cuts, bruises, broken bones. To help them, I put together a makeshift perronk in the old ruined temple. Friends bring me medicine from Yamu, but now the soldiers stop everyone entering the village and steal their goods. So, we tried to bring medicine on a boat instead.
And the soldiers stopped that also.
They sank the last shipment. The medicine jars are scattered across the bottom of the lake.
I will get them for you.
Thank you, Bayek. Bring it to the old temple. I must go there now.
Anywhere in this lake. Senu can help me.
And I'm gonna try to also get the other treasures here. Of an underwater music here. Thanks for that random NPC. Hell yeah. For the money. It's actually rewarding to get all of the small bits of pieces that loot first. Of course you can sell stuff like these, or you can get like a random $200 extra, which can make a difference. Oh yeah, a predator bow, that's quite good for stealth headshots. And a hunter bow. Even better for right now at least. And this game is just gorgeous. I so love the environments here. And I reckon we're gonna be seeing quite a bit of these kind of environments also in Mirage. At least according to what we've seen in the trailer, you know, and like some early gameplay reviews. Looks like they've been heavily reusing assets from Origins actually. Which isn't a bad thing, I don't think, because the environments and Origins are beautiful, breathtaking.
Ah, Bayek. Amun be praised.
What has happened? Why aren't the patients in the temple ruins?
The soldiers threw us out. Even though I paid the Nomad to allow me to use the temple, every few weeks soldiers come to take our medicine and food stocks. Always the same soldiers. They call it a tribute. A tax for the Pharaoh's royal army. We barely have what's needed to take care of the poor souls that need our help.
Vultures. Don't worry, Rabia. I will make certain they don't bother you anymore.
Be careful, Bayek.
soup.
I'm decision gerecht.
Works.
شديد؟
Bayek! Did you succeed?
The temple is yours now. Those soldiers won't bother you again.
All my patients thank you.
Ah! I almost forgot to give you your medicines from the sunken boat.
In all the excitement, I forgot about them myself.
The oasis of Siwa is lucky to have you, Rabia.
Promise me you will not become consumed with your vengeance, Bayek.
I think of nothing else. By the grace of Amun, one day I will be free of it.
Send the owl. What?
Kinda like how this ending dialogue is a bit of a fourth wall break there. Because when you kinda like start playing this game for the first time, you know, of course, probably quite excited to continue playing and exploring more. It's also one of the first times that we have kinda like multi-layered kinda like stories, I guess.
Yeah!
It's kinda like referencing the player.
Mr. Crook and chat, hope you're all well.
Also, hey there, Killen Joe. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5 months of resubbing. And yeah, it's going very well. I'm just getting started with some Origins today. Continuing our stealth challenge, doing all of the missions in the game. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this because this is by far one of my absolute favorite games in the series. And yeah, so far we haven't been detected yet. So that's been going pretty good with the stealth challenge. How are you today, Killen Joe? Let's have a look what kind of outfits they're selling here.
Behold what becomes of those who disobey Medunamun, priest to the Pharaoh. Take care you faithfully follow his beneficent commands.
think these guys wanna die. Let's get the smoke screen actually. But we can throw smoke bombs. We love all of the new revamped AC games, but they made something special with Valhalla. Yeah, I love Valhalla too. Especially all of the additions they added to the gameplay.
Ruler of the two lands.
But yeah, also the era for sure. You know, I love the Viking invasion time of Britain. In a way, also the culture clash that came with it.
All things. To do otherwise is a betrayal of the gods.
I think it's always good in AC games when you have kind of like different cultures clashing in a way. Origins is quite similar with Egyptian, Greek, and Roman.
The temple of Amun and any secrets it may hold.
Oh, this guy's running. You're not getting away from me, dude. You're not.
By the gods, Amun and Isa! Bayek is back in Siwa!
Who's shooting?
Get back here!
Lock the road behind me! I will get through!
Bummer!
Oh, nice. An iron.
Yes.
Buy me some time! Mafichons! Touch the bandits now!
Some moneta. Great, thank you. Your only complaint was that they portrayed, how they portrayed Votive the Great. He was the greatest king to have ever served the Welsh. That's fair. They would definitely take some kind of like creative liberty portraying certain characters, especially as like part of a conflict of the Templars and Assassins, of course. So definitely need to take that with a grain of salt overall. But yeah, that's totally fair, you know. To have that sentiment.
How can I help you? Bye for now.
Let's hear.
How can I help you?
Well, I quite like this one actually. Gonna buy it. Also the Protector.
See you some other time.
He was born near where you were born. Oh, very nice. So is there like some kind of like museum or kind of like a place where he might have been close to you as well? Like is the birth house recorded or something? classic AC Unity sound. Climbing up a viewpoint. It's kind of like a reference to Unity in the way that the same composer worked on either game.
The stone circle. I brought Hemu here not so long ago.
Man, I just love the attention to detail in this game, you know. They kind of like took that time to really make this introduction Siwa, you know, kind of like really centered around Hemu. With like things like, okay, you're synchronizing this viewpoint and it makes Bayek see something in the distance, reminding him of Hemu. That's actually a hint towards another mission, so we have to check that out. Because over there we have our first stone circle, and we need to do all of those to kind of like finish off the storyline in regards to Hemu, and kind of like flashback dialogues to him. And it will also unlock us a secret of a first civilization. So yeah, it's like doubly useful to do and very insightful. So we're of course gonna be doing that as part of our playthrough.
You there! Stop!
I gotcha, Killinjo. That's really cool. I've never been to Wales before, but I would really like to visit. Like the whole island. I would love to see with my own eyes sometime. I've only seen it out of the airplane yet. So that doesn't really count.
Whoa. My son, you wanted the stars. The stone circles show the gods' places in the sky. And your grandfather once told me they also show our place in the world.
I'm going to find every stone circle, the Sphinx and the pyramids too. And I'll find my place.
And you will have them.
Man, this gives me the feels. Yeah, so this is kind of like a passive permanent quest because there's gonna be dozens of stone circles all across the game world. Yeah, we're gonna find all of them. Yeah, that would be an awful kind of position to be in, Killinjo. Surrounded on like multiple sides.
Papa, why are there so many poor in Egypt? Yet those who don't belong here are rich.
Egypt has forgotten who she is. Many chose wealth over honor. In the end, they got neither. Lost justice as well.
But we are Magi. We will bring justice and honor back to Egypt.
Yes, my son. We have not forgotten who we are. We will endure no matter our origin. Amun, the king of gods, divided in two forms, as the great goddess of invisibility, Amunet, and master of the wind. He upholds justice, lord of the shadows and the silence. He comes at the voice of the poor. He hears the confessions of the humble and forgives them.
Yeah, I love these. So it always starts with one dialogue about kind of like the personal life in a way. And then there's like another dialogue piece where Bayek is kind of like explaining the meaning of the god and the star symbol. And you can of course stargaze as well to see like other, you know, potential constellations here. But this one is pretty much straight right next to the starting position here. Kinda cool with Amun and Amunet, right? Like split into two forms, because Amunet is gonna be Aya's assassin name, and Amun is gonna be a name that Bayek gives himself at some point. And Amun is also called the Hidden One. So that's where kind of like the whole name is coming from, essentially, because Siwa being the place where they worship Amun as the main god. It's very important to both Bayek and Aya. It's a pretty cool connection there. Budry's fame, he was more famous as a warrior. Fame was noted in places as Farfield, as Outstar, and Leash. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that would be quite the reach actually, because Outstar's like all the way in Ireland, right? It was actually one of the locations in Wrath of the Druids DLC, I think, of Adler. Okay, so I think next I'm actually gonna go to my home, because we can have a look there, trigger another unique cutscene. Just to have a place like where Bayek and Khemu and Aya lived. And that's understandable, you know, if you have such a reputation for being like a badass in combat. Especially as a king, you know. Then you probably don't want to mess with that person all by yourself. I do kinda like that they did make him kinda badass in combat. You know, fighting against Eva. I mean, even if Eva bested him. But, you know, it was a pretty sick move, like burning Eva alive. It was just a bit unfortunate, I guess, that Eva just didn't mind being on fire.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's the old home here of Bayek, Aya, and Khemu.
You found it! Can I have it back?
Yeah. Now we got an Chemus toy. It's a keepsake. Okay, I think we got one more quest left, and that's should be over here actually in the Temple of Amun, because I still have to rescue the priest there, I'm quite sure. And another thing we can also do is we can have a look over here, because we're gonna be able to find our first papyrus puzzle there. And that gives us a chance on a legendary item potentially. About a 20 to 30% chance, I would say. So yeah, I want to make sure that if we are close to the locations, to just do them. Because we need to make sure that we have like sufficient gear for doing enough stealth damage, especially with the bow, of course. Speaking of which, let's have a quick look over here. We actually have a better shield, one with better health, at least. Then again, it doesn't really matter all that much, you know, because we're looking for stealth stats. So combat isn't our priority. Plus we're playing on normal, so stats are kind of like relative. Damage output though is important. Could try using a staff. That's 56 per second. Oh, I'm gonna keep the sword in that case. Figurine of photos. Buy carvers for Chemu for 6th birthday. It's kind of funny, there's actually descriptions for every kind of like trinket and small item. Like Zerhus. You know it's trading in the market, but you have absolutely no idea why. The necklace. The quintessential fashion statement dating from a time immemorial. 22 centuries ago, cats were the bee's knees. Sistrum. This ancient musical instrument looks like a handheld metal abacus, used primarily in religious ceremonies. You can't mess up with tambourine, or can you? Used as a paperweight, a seal and an amulet, and sometimes even as a murder weapon. Jade Scarab. Don't keep this in your inventory too long. Animal flesh. Wooden leg. Examining the cracks of his lock reveals a small colony of resident spiders. A small knife? When you think about it, knives are basically fun-sized swords. Grapes. Grapes. A smooth resistance against your teeth, the pleasant rupture of the skin as you bite down, a rush of sweet juice onto your tongue. Truly a food fit for the gods. In a boar, made of leather. Hippos like them a lot. I love it, yet I have like all of these small descriptions of the game. You know, something that 99% of the players won't look at. But they still went there, you know. Interesting, Killenjo. That makes sense, I guess, to call them half-blood in that sense. Kinda like half one, half another. Oh, hey there, Rabia. Sorry to kill some people here. Yeah, we're not very popular in... Fuck. That spear. In Siwa right now.
Bayek, you've returned to Siwa,
It is still my home.
and will forever be, my dear.
Another thing I love is that you can actually go back to certain characters that are like important to the story and get some extra dialogue with them. I'm gonna try to get quite a bit of those kind of dialogue as well, like going back to certain people we have met before and visiting them throughout the story. Got a heavy blade. Oh, that would be worthy of an upgrade, I would say. Okay then. Let's go in here. Still gotta go ahead and rescue the priest here. Camp is where King Arthur is meant to be resting until the Britons need him again. I gotcha. Always like the King Arthur mythology. There's a lot of people there.
you're special, do you?
This is a holy place.
I'd bash in all your skulls.
Shit. Alarm! Alarm!
Shit!
If someone's there, let me out and...
What in the...
The lovely sight. Imbeciles should stay in their villages, tending the damn sheep.
Best not be hanging around.
If someone's there, let me out and fight me. The lovely sight. Alarm! Trouble here!
Watch out, don't get jumped.
I'd bash in all your skulls. Is someone there? Damn you all!
Are you alright?
There are other priests taken. 4 of them.
Stay hidden until you can slip out of the temple.
So I should probably go ahead and sabotage the alarm actually. It's over there. Because you never know when like somebody spots a body. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You cannot lock us up like this. This is a holy place, the sacred temple of Amun.
Alarm! Over here! Kill you myself if you slack off now.
Be right there! Hold fast!
The gods will not forgive you.
Yeah, was about to say, why can't I assassinate you?
This area is off limits.
Bayek, they will kill you if they find you.
Gods will not forgive you. Bayek, is that really you? Thank the gods. We must stop this madness.
Hide here until you can get out without being seen.
Yeah, more NPCs should do that. You know, hide until they can get out of there without being seen. Because often they just run out and create like a massive conflict and have the guards chase after them.
What do you want me to tell you? I know nothing. Bayek? Is that you? Get me out of here! Thanks be to Amun you came along, Bayek.
Hide right here. When you're certain no one's around, get away from the temple. By the grace of Amun, that's all of them.
Oh yeah. Did it. Completely stealthy. I think buddy just shouting my name out to the guards. Yeah, it's like, Bayek, is that you? It's like, dude. Right. But yeah, I think that finishes all of the quests in Siwa officially. So now we could go ahead and, I guess, leave Siwa, right? Let's have another quick look down here just to see if I didn't miss anything there.
Lazy peasants! Make yourselves useful!
No, you. Yeah, Siwa is what it's called.
Stay there, you!
Rest in peace. Yeah, no kidding. Dying like that. It's bad. So this is where our journey started here.
Oh.
Meeting Hepzibah and then riding our way to Siwa. It's kinda cool, you can still go back here if you want to. But yeah, for now, let's go back to Siwa and talk to Hepzibah so we can leave the place.
Are you ready? It is a long journey.
I must leave Siwa. There are others to whom I must deliver justice. Especially the one known as the Snake.
How will you find these men?
Aya has been tracking them in Alexandria. I must find her.
She said she would be visiting her cousin at the Great Library.
Great Library?
And she said if you are coming to tell you one word. Serapis.
Serapis? The god that Greeks and Egyptians share. Of course, I see.
And Bayek, do something about that beard.
Goodbye, my friend.
I love a beard. It's never gonna go. Meanwhile, meeting Aya, it's like the first thing that goes away.
Oh shit! Layla, you need a refill on cyclosporin. Stat. Layla, wakey wakey. Don't make me come down there. Layla? Layla! Come on back. Layla, are you with me? Habibti.
I told you not to call me that.
Thing is, the fastest way to get your attention is to piss you off.
I'm paying attention.
Okay, you need to take a break. The Animus is rejecting you.
I'm fine.
Yes, but your kidneys aren't. Go add more cyclosporin before they shut down.
Yes, Nurse Geary.
That's Medical Officer Geary to you. So? How did it go?
My mods are holding. Subject's memories are perfectly clear. If this doesn't convince Abstergo to give me a place on the Animus Project, nothing will.
Amazing! Who do you have in there?
His name is Bayek of Siwa. The death of his son turned him into a killer.
Think he'd be of interest to Abstergo?
Don't start.
You know, they're not gonna be happy with how he handled this assignment.
They know I don't work by the book.
Well, this time you lit the book on fire and then stomped on it. Anyway, none of this will matter if you're comatose. Now go get that cyclosporin.
I mean, fair enough. She's probably like spending so much time in there, she's forgetting all about the time. It's a good reminder to hydrate.
Still looking for the cyclosporin? I definitely packed it in the med kit.
Got the cyclosporin.
2 cc should do it. Don't forget the alcohol wipe. I wish I was there to help.
You do a good job looking after me, even from the hotel. And I know how you like your aircon.
So yeah, it's pretty much clear, you know, that the modern day spawn like in the background in this game. We have a totally new protagonist of Layla Hassan, somebody we haven't seen or heard of before. But they're already like, okay, get this and go back into the enemies pretty much. But you can go ahead and explore a little bit. So that is what this part of the stream is going to be about. Kind of getting familiar with the environments, like where are we and what's inside the computer. And yeah, kind of like learning a bit about what's going on in modern day story. Question mark, Egyptian mysteries, secret science investigation. Hidden chambers and pyramids, were they built by aliens? Light on the myths and the proofs. Traces of ancient technologies, connections with gods or aliens. Don't miss. Encrypted messages surrounding the Sphinx. Interview with famous Egyptologist and scientist Dr. Lee E. Everett. Mummification and the afterlife, signs of ancient Egyptian spirits among us.
He never puts in enough snacks. Come forth by day, and I will guide you home.
Who are you talking to?
Bayek's mummy.
Real chatterbox, that one.
So apparently we found Bayek's resting place.
Come forth by day, and I will guide you home.
Who are you talking to?
Bayek's mummy.
Real chatterbox, that one.
Kinda cool, there's even like his face on there too. You know, to kind of identify him a little bit better. Can't jump down here yet, but we will eventually.
Gladstone Kittredge Esquire. You're fucking kidding me. One bar. No, half a bar. Damn it, my papers went everywhere.
Whoops, anything important?
Yeah, the notes on the Animus. Generator's holding up. Good job, Layla. The genetic sequencer blueprint. Never got the creases out.
So it's kind of like confirming that Layla is very much somebody working on the technology of the Animus, for instance. And she was actually one of the people who developed, you know, new forms of Animus and new ways of using it. For example, she was there to assist on the Arrow Animus, I guess is what it's called. That's the one that they use in the Assassin's Creed movie to kind of like make it more interactive with the movement. It's kind of like an arm holding the person, and then the person is free to move just like how the ancestor moved. A bit like a VR technology meets Animus. And here we are, in the middle of Egypt, the Katara Depression. So this is actually one of the places you can visit as Bayek, and it also has a connection to Bayek and Aya. Because it's the cave that they went to sometimes to just have time for themselves, I guess, away from everyone. And that's also why they chose this as a resting place, I guess, together. Which I think is quite beautiful. But yeah, there is a limit to how far you can go away.
I shouldn't get too far from the cave.
So this is as far as you can go. I will not read everything. I might just, you know, kind of like read something by myself and then explain what it is about roughly, because there's quite a lot to read, especially early on. And I've done countless playthroughs already where I watched like literally and read literally everything in the game. So we're just gonna concentrate on the interesting parts here. So we still have a good overview. Like this is the employee menu and the field guide, so that's not quite as important, but we can still have a look at everything here. So I have a contract between Layla and Abstergo. Usually it kind of like tells that they're not allowed to tell anyone outside about anything that happens on a project. Otherwise they are allowed to, you know, do anything with the employee essentially, including terminating their life. I have a mission of research historical data. In reality, Abstergo is just, you know, looking to get more pieces of Eden. Then the different persons that worked on the Animus technology, Warren Vidic being one of the major antagonists in AC1. He was actually the one working on Subject 16 and 17 with Clay and Desmond and all of the previous ones too. With Avaro Grammatica, more of like a scientist in biology. He's actually working on resurrecting first civilization people eventually. Like he's one of the people resurrecting Juno, I think, and giving her like a body. We have Isabel Ardant. She's an archivist and has deep knowledge of computer science. And Simon Hathaway, who's the head of the historical research division. Philadelphia facility. So essentially Abstergo is just creating multiple fronts to allow kind of like the study of DNA, and they kind of like say, okay, yeah, this is for medical science, this is for entertainment, but in reality it's just like trying to get as many people involved as possible, do more research about the pieces of Eden, essentially. I mean, yeah, you know, those are the side effects, of course, with entertainment, but that's not like the primary you know, reason. Exactly, Kill and Joe. And the past couple of playthroughs I basically read everything out loud every time. So can easily spend over an hour just reading on everything we just unlocked, essentially. So this is like everything they have. Portable Animus, quite interesting. So it can be kind of like built up everywhere. And what's also cool is you don't really have to have your own DNA. You can just take the DNA sample of another person. In this case, you know, Layla used the blood of the preserved body of Bayek being mummified. Yeah, intellectual property, anything you find out is essentially owned by Abstergo. And that's one of the reasons why Layla is going so much against Abstergo. Because she, you know, has been kind of like evolving lots of inventions, I guess. Like, you know, working on the Animus in the AC movie. But she got none of the credit, you know. And they just basically said, yeah, it was like developed by Abstergo and that's it. And that's why she's kind of like going on her own here, because, yeah, I not like value her work, I guess. Let's have a look here at the Bayek notes, because they're quite interesting. It worked. I mean, the side effects suck, but my portable Animus is up and running. See what I did, Sophia? So I don't know how long I was in there, but it was long enough. But I think this. What was it again? Magi, like a cop or sheriff? Go to self, look this up. Find a good description. Bayek could be a member of his Brotherhood of Assassins, same as other subjects Abstergo has been studying. List of things so far. The man is just about as stubborn as I am. He's good at talking to people and fighting too. People see him as a protector and defender. His community admires and respects him. He's a shadow when it comes to not being seen. Yeah, I guess he fits a profile in part, but I wonder, he's got the tortured soul thing down pat, hellbound on vengeance and all that stuff. He's got his own thing going. I could feel it as though it were me, which I guess it was for a while. This is so weird, his feelings, so much anger, sadness and hate, so much guilt. Anyway, I need more information. Aya, I remember that name coming up. I remember the flutter in Bayek's stomach when he heard it. Maybe she's the answer. Only one way to find out. He's gonna love us. These are quite cool because they give you quite an insight into like Layla's kind of like experiences playing as Bayek, I guess. And how she feels exactly what he's feeling, kind of like as part of a bleeding effect. Got the enemies design here. Field briefing, so kind of like what the assignment is. Got the enemies guide here. This is kind of like about the history of the enemies, you know, where did it come from, who developed it. We already have learned quite a lot about that in the past couple of games, so I'm not gonna go ahead and read all of this. Should you want to read it in the recording, you can just pause the video every point I click on one of those and read it yourself if you want to. Have like more information. Okay. We also have the gone files, which is basically about persons that have gone missing and nobody knows where they are, or I guess why they had to die as well. Over the years, I've seen my fair share of crazy shit at Abstergo. Broken promises, backstabbing, obscure HR procedures, false pretense. You see that in every corporation, but people or key players leaving for or disappearing or dying in mysterious circumstances. It's right out of a conspiracy theory movie. Sometimes there's not a word from higher management, just like that person was never here in the first place. At other times we get same excuse that smells of bullshit. When I think about the people that left, when I think about how Abstergo dealt with their departure, something just doesn't add up. I knew some of them. They weren't the kind of people who just quit to accept the job next door for a salary bump. I'm missing them. Something. What is it? What really happened to those people? Did their disappearance have more meaning than management would like us to believe? Abstergo, if I could open you with a 2x4 screwdriver to find out what's behind that nice and shiny facade of yours. I asked Letitia England about it once. I made a vague reference to Subject 17, and she sharply answered to keep to my stuff and stay out of it. Those are the exact magical words you don't want to have with me. Just ask my dad. So I got Alan Rickon and his death report. Because, yeah, he was of course assassinated by Callum Lynch in the AC movie. At the major Grand Templar Hall meeting in London. So we do see this happening in the movie actually. We also have Sophia, the daughter of Alan Rickon, being kind of like a close colleague for Layla. She's also one that didn't credit Layla for the enemies as well. So then you have Isabel Adant being replaced by Simon Hathaway. Yeah, and she was then electrocuted in Buckingham Palace. That actually happens in Syndicate at the end of the game. You have a cutscene where Sean is electrocuting her. And we have Olivier Garneau, which is actually a reference to Watch Dogs, because in Watch Dogs we kill him as part of a criminal convoy. And in this photo you can actually see Aiden killing him on the street. It's kind of cool because I managed to actually recreate this shot almost exactly. I mean, of course not with the cars and everything, but the whole like shooting position with his back facing me and stuff. You wonder where Cassandra was when Aya was around. So I do think that there is a connection confirmed that Cassandra did meet Aya eventually. I think it is at the end of the Odyssey crossover that they released like 1 to 2 years ago. I do see Cassandra kind of like going to Egypt and to the Great Library, and you see like Aya in the background or something. I'm not sure. I haven't actually played and seen that in a while, but it seems like they do meet eventually. The connected game's nice. You never got the reference. Yeah, that's where it's from. So basically, if you do all of the criminal convoys, side quests, and Watch Dogs, you will get a contract from the Brotherhood. And yeah, that's like taking out Olivier Garneau. Unfortunately, that has been confirmed to be non-canon. Because initially they wanted it to be connected, but then with both universes getting bigger, they eventually decided that it would be too much of a hassle to have them be canonically connected. So they're more like Easter eggs, I guess. But, I mean, you know, how much more obvious can it be, I guess, to not be connected in any shape or form. Even have like Bloom and stuff like being, you know, referenced as like working together with Abstergo Entertainment and stuff. So it's ridiculous they actually decided to make it non-canon. But it is apparently. Then we have Desmond Mouts. So his medical report. And death scene. We actually see this in Black Flag as like a video. Also some emails we have read in AC3, so I'm not gonna be reading them again. And then also the time where we went to Rome to rescue William from Vidic. By trading in the Apple of Eden or pretending to, but then Desmond used the Apple of Eden to use the guards against Vidic and kill themselves. Also got some pictures from Layla. New York City 1989. Then 1994. Working on some projects, I guess. In 2000, at a Raw Victoria concert. Then Berkeley, California. I guess it's probably during her college time, maybe. And 2011, see you later, Philly. So I guess she worked at the Philadelphia Abstergo facility. In 2017, where she made her own pinball machine for contest. And 2017, where she did an Ask Me Anything. There's also some audio files, so gonna listen to all of those as well. Remember the part where she added the scroll to the Library of Alexandria? Yeah. So I guess that could be a connection there to Aya, but I'm not sure if it has been 100% confirmed that they do meet eventually. It would be interesting considering that Cassandra is her ancestor, I guess. Berkeley is a uni in California? Yeah. It's quite funny because one of my favorite shows called OC California, Berkeley is actually referenced quite a lot because that's where one of the parents had been going to study and where they met. And then one of the kids that they adopted also goes there later. I've always make a really big deal out of it, like saying it was like, you know, one of the best universities and stuff. Even if it might not be the most prestigious one.
So long, and thanks for all the fish, Berkeley. March 21st, 2006. The day Layla Hassan drops out of college. That's right, Professor Moore. I'm not finishing that Jane Eyre paper. I got a job, and I'm headed to Philly next week. This whole classroom thing, it's not for me. Mom and Dad are freaking out, but they'll accept it. I'll be working towards something real, making real money, and I'll be closer to home. Not that I'll visit any more often. Sophia promised there'd always be a place for me at Abstergo, as long as I show them what I can do with a circuit board and a pair of pliers. Sure, I'll have to work my way up to a place on her special project, but that doesn't matter. It won't be long before she or her father, Mr. Alan Ricken, notices what I'm capable of and asks for my help on the Animus.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I swear, I get more done reading the latest copy of Wired on the toilet than the rest of the guys do all day in the lab. I mean, the body band? Really? If people can't take a walk on their own, they aren't going to listen to a watch that tells them to do it either. This is all so pointless. I should just go back to... Wait, that's probably what the body band would tell me to do. What I should do is build something that will simultaneously blow people's minds and the doors off the Animus Project. Nothing at Abstergo Fitness is going to be big enough for that. I'm bored as hell. But there's nothing like boredom to stimulate creativity. Yep. I think the body band needs a little adjustment to its language processing program. The right decision always feels like home. My stuff's the same. My locker smells the same. It's like I never left. But I did. And I can never unlearn what I know now. How will it change my work at the Historical Research Division? Hard to say. All I know is that it will. Our Dom booked us a lunch. Nothing fancy. She wanted me to meet Deanna Geary, my new medical officer. She looks like she was born in the middle of a cornfield, but she seems okay. I can't believe she left homemade cookies on my desk. I don't know why I told her about getting stood up last weekend. I never talk about personal stuff at work. At least it seems like I can trust her. You need that to stay alive in the field. Too bad most of Abstergo's tactical units don't consider trust a priority. Aho, the portable Animus. No mention in the official credits, but all those emails, all those middle-of-the-night phone calls from Madrid, there's a lot of me in there. Sophia, if I'd known you just wanted to strip mine my brain and leave me in the dark, I never would have followed you. Go away! There's no candy here! Nothing in life is ever free. Ever. The Animus. I can tell. I know it wouldn't have worked without my advice. Just look how they did the heat sink, the VRMs, the high amperage rating by transistor. It was me who told them it would offset failure of the... What's this? Hello there, DNA reader module. Are you ringing my doorbell? Maybe there's some candy here after all.
It's like, God damn it, kids, get away. There's no sweets here. Oh yeah, Killandro? Could you remind me again who that was? Because I have no idea. Under the hood.
I've come to the conclusion that Sophia is shit at hiring staff. The entire Madrid facility. Ugh. How do they not see it? It would be so easy. You just have to parse the genetic memory input and work from smaller data pools. You could even process incomplete samples and still create a reliable model for high levels of synchronization. The reader module and the decryption software would need an update, but it's doable. Madrid's probably congratulating themselves just for getting this far. Meanwhile, I'm partying with some congealed veggie curry, 3 plasma screens, a disassembled Animus, and Raw Victoria's debut album on loop. Sahetic. Dee will be mad when she sees how I use Milton's DNA, but what did she expect when she asked me for help? I needed someone's genetic profile to test the Animus, and, well, his was right there. All in the name of science.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've never watched much Star Trek, but that's cool. I do know about Mr. Sulu.
I like morning briefings. They're short, minimal nonsense, and they have free coffee. No downtime this week. They're putting me and Dee on a plane to Alexandria 2 days from now. I don't get why Hathaway's in such a rush. We're being deployed to extract an artifact. If it were a person of interest, the push would make more sense. A person could be halfway across the world in a couple of hours. But an artifact that's been sitting around for 2,000 years, it's not going anywhere. An artifact of high interest. Heard that before. It always ends up being some crappy pottery shard or half an old book. My animus runs on DNA, not tableware. It'll be strange visiting Egypt for the first time since 2013. Back then I went looking for my roots and found trouble instead. It's good that Dee's coming. She always keeps me from doing anything too stupid.
So apparently Layla also has Egyptian ancestry, it seems. Even if Bayek isn't her ancestor.
Turns out the artifact of high interest is also a person of interest. A mummy. And a golden opportunity. I've informed Dee of some changes I'm making to our assignment parameters. She acted mad, but I know she's eager to see my animus field tested. Abstergo won't mind. Well, they would if they found out, but they won't. Hathaway's intel was a disaster. They have no idea what's going on with this extraction. Field tech is fun and all, but that's not why I left Berkeley. If the animus lets me ride DNA this old, if the reader can model the missing codons and extrapolate the genetic memories that aren't mine, Sophia would lose her Abstergo. Abstergo will come to me on their hands and knees. My name will be right up there with Warren Viddick's. Ana Metakida Minda. Too bad the Madrid facility got blown up. But I bet they'll build a new one soon. This one will be in Philly, and its lead engineer will be Layla Hassan.
Yes, somebody's very confident about herself, I guess. Okay, quite a few emails. You're not gonna read them in this playthrough. There's also kind of like a sticky post, I guess, from her. I guess kind of like Twitter or something. I'm gonna open up every mail just in case somebody in the recording wants to read this. Okay. And yeah, that's all of the modern day stuff done. Oh, there's a trash can. I kind of forgot about that. Okay. Time to head back into the Animus, I guess. Kennedy would have had a hard childhood in World War II as he was a Japanese American. He lived in an internment camp with his parents and siblings. Damn. I can imagine that would be quite difficult to deal with during that time. It's awesome though that, you know, he made it this far in his life, you know. Especially with kind of like the rocky, you know, start that he probably would have had.
Going back in. This is so badass.
Be careful.
I must protect this great land. Alexandria is where the snake thrives, and Aya lives. I must find them both. Yamu. Home to my old friend Menehet. He will be in the temple. He always is. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah, there we are. Sorry, I was just muted for a sec there. But yeah, so essentially we unlocked the hidden ones of the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC. But we're not gonna worry about that for now. And I will also only be doing the you know, hidden ones DLC as well, since the Curse of the Pharaohs wasn't developed by Ubisoft Montreal. Andrew Kosvias would seem as a Japanese and Japan seeing him as an American. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess, with the whole conflict and everything. It really sucks that couldn't be used as kind of like something to unite either side, you know, at least on a small scale. And instead led to even more discrimination, I guess. Our fifth one. Yeah, definitely kill and draw.
Whoa.
Semba ow.
Persian guard, quite like the design of that one actually. I'm just gonna keep his classic one for now.
I will never see her again.
Okay, we're gonna talk to him later. For now, let's go ahead and get a proper introduction into Yamu and the place here. And the friend that Bayek was referencing. I'm excited for Mirage. In some ways I am. In some ways I'm skeptical. I mean, I'm excited for the setting, you know, like seeing Baghdad during the time. I'm excited to see more of Basim, because I quite enjoyed his character in Valhalla, and seeing his backstory. I'm also excited for more of a focus on the history of assassins, you know, and getting to play an assassin. But the things I'm a bit skeptical about is kind of like the goals the game set for itself, you know, being like really focused again on stealth and parkour and stuff, because being that it's based on Valhalla, and they seem to be like reusing quite a lot of the animations and stuff, including the parkour system. I don't think it's gonna be remotely close or smooth to Unity or even the Ezio games. I just really doubt it. The city might be built around parkour, but you know, if I don't actually overwork the mechanics completely, then it's just gonna feel very similar to Origins and Valhalla, I think, with the parkour. I don't think it's gonna like revolutionize in that regard, but we have to see, I guess, at the Ubisoft Forward happening soon. So I'm just a bit concerned about like using Valhalla as a basis for like a full-fledged assassin, you know, focus game, I guess. But yeah, there's definitely things I do look forward to, for sure. Wanna see the Gardens of Babylon in its prime? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to see the city, and it looks beautiful from the bit that we've seen so far. Ambush in the temple. Big man ahead the priest of the temple of Sekhmet.
Bayek! What good fortune! I thought it would be years before we saw you again.
Hail in peace, Menahet. How is your family?
The children seem to grow larger by the minute. My wife and I have our hands full. And you? Is there any news of...
None.
I forget myself. There are so many things in your life best not spoken of. Forgive me.
I see by your garb that you have been promoted.
Ah, yes. The High Priest, in his grace, made me his second. And my rank is not the only thing he has changed. You must see the temple.
You will give me a tour?
Of course. At the moment of your pleasure. Ready to see our beautiful temple?
After you, Menahet. Or is it servant of the goddess?
Menahet will do, for one as good as family.
Far from the sorry ruin of my last visit.
Yamu now plays constant host to ceremonies showing our rustic way of life, which attract many visitors with more gold than sense.
A description well suited to Alexandrians. How does this sit with your faith?
I confess that my thoughts are sometimes uneasy.
Vanquished by a gang of ruffians, huh? Silent as gifts.
Uncle Bayek! Uncle Bayek! Hello, Uncle.
Jewels of my life, why have you left your mother's side?
Pick me up, Uncle Bayek!
See now, there's no need to attack a man from behind. We're not numbering him 4-1. Huh?
You taught us to secure every advantage possible over Attainer's foe.
Yes. And I am very dangerous! Hide well, for the wanderer stalks your path!
And you gotta love his voice acting there. Also, hey there, Afro. Welcome in, citizen. How's it going, dude?
Soris might be bothering the sacred animals outside. He often plays at being a gladiator. Hasina loves to look at the sky. I think I saw her on her way to the upper floor.
So he's kind of giving you hints where to find his kids, most likely.
I have told the children over and over that they are not permitted to play in the temple, but they never listen. Soris might be bothering the sacred animals outside. He often plays at being a gladiator.
You found me. Your time to hide.
Come away from there, Naila. You're getting in the priest's way.
It's like no running in the temple, goddammit.
No. Your father wants you to go home.
And I prefer to stay with you.
Not this time. But I hope to pass by and visit your mother.
We're going to be watching some Metal Gear Solid 3 walkthroughs. Oh, very nice. Is that the game that you want to be playing next? It's actually the Metal Gear Solid game that looked the most interesting to me when I watched Morrow play it.
Hiding near the animal cage.
Asina, you must come down from here.
This would be a good place to watch the stars.
Only the priests are permitted here. You know that.
Yes, but I want to see...
Hush. Come down now. We can watch stars from the riverbank.
I'm sure Soris is hiding near the animal cages. He likes to pretend that he's a gladiator.
Soris would be better off with opponents his size.
Yeah, that's true. The only available on PlayStation, is it?
Do you want to hear a secret?
Yeah, no tidbits about your father.
Oh.
Keba, what in the name of the gods are you doing down there?
I wanted to hide, but now I can't get back out. I'm scared.
Stay calm. I will help you out of there. This way.
Thank you, Uncle Bayek.
Go straight home to your mother. Shoot.
I gotcha. Yeah, not sure either, to be honest. I've only ever played the first Metal Gear Solid yet. But correct me if I'm wrong, the first Metal Gear Solid is on PC. I think you can get it on GOG or something. Maybe we can have a look there, actually.
My sister always lifts up the temple. Beast, you will meet your end at the hands of the mighty gladiator Soris.
Soris! Stay back! That's the last of the children.
Imagine hitting the child instead of hyena, and Bayek is like, that's the last of the children. Origins becoming much darker very fast.
Look at this. Fraud abounds in your market. And you claim you can do nothing?
The dealings of the market are beyond me. Speak rather to the offending merchant.
Priest, you have proven as false as your mummies.
Man ahead. Your brood is delivered safely home.
Thank you, friend.
What did that fool want with you?
Some visitors, having purchased religious objects, are angry when our village has no more dead cats to sell them. Though not a merchant, I am often the means by which the aggrieved snuff their anger.
This matter needs a firm hand.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of that one.
Thank the gods that this festival will soon be over. That was the 4th tourist this week to shout at me. I hope you will find some answers in the market. The merchants have short tempers and may refuse to speak. That was the 4th tourist this week to shout at me.
Kids Batman. Going from a priest to being like a tourist guidance, pretty much. So let's go ahead and climb this building here. That's the viewpoint we can get.
This looks like a Scribe made it.
These cat mummies are false!
Has anyone seen my Book of the Dead?
Why, there's nothing but straw in here. My sister told me.
Do you know anything of flawed mummies sold to tourists?
If you are not here to buy, I have no time for your questions.
Menehet, the priest, is concerned about the...
And I am concerned about my business, so keep your distance.
Yeah, I do have a temper, that's for sure.
These cat mummies are false!
I won't pay 1 drachma for this.
Greetings. I am...
You have come to the right place, Neb. We have everything you could possibly want.
What I want is to ask about false idols sold at the market.
I have heard rumors of such, but there is nothing to them. Now leave if you want to avoid trouble.
Tell me of the fake mummies being sold here.
I have no desire to be dragged into this.
Menehet sent me. Your silence is an insult to his holy office.
I wish to anger neither him nor the gods. We are forced to sell items of lesser quality, or see our stalls destroyed.
Who is behind this?
I can say no more now. Let us meet tonight, where the village turns to farmland. We can speak more privately tonight, outside the village. Find me southeast of here, near the fields. We can speak more privately tonight, outside the village. Find me southeast of here.
I'm gonna meditate here to make it nighttime.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. Hey there, Derry. Welcome in.
My friend, I am glad to see you have kept our appointment. Come, sit with me and share a drink of wine.
I do not have time for that.
It is a beautiful night. Let us enjoy the coolness of the air for a moment before turning to business.
Merchant, I am not here to take in the air. Who is behind the traffic of false icons?
Well, you see, it is no simple story. There are many involved in this terrible affair, but they would all tell you the same thing. Pity the trusting man, for he suffers great pain. Seek evil, and you will always find it.
This one's a worthy fighter. A shame his curiosity will be fatal.
The path to knowledge is perilous.
Hey!
Sailing unknown waters always brings the risk of shipwreck. A man who fights as well as you can perhaps afford to be trusting.
Talk, or you will meet the same fate as your friends.
That will not be necessary. Among the dunes, southeast of here, is the bandit camp where the fake mummies are made. I suppose you will go and destroy it now.
Better I smash the camp than your head. Destroying these forgeries will earn the favor of the gods. As Ra lives, what a disgrace.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Bayek never. Bayek is more like, this is the part where it's my problem. And I must deal with it, personally.
Not be seen in this area.
Oh, are you kidding me? Gotta be kidding me. How did Senno not see these two guys in the tent? I was like going through the entire camp. Well, we have officially our first detection in the game. And of course it had to be something like this, you know, something that wasn't like uncalculated or something. So I'm gonna try now relearning the quest objectives to see how far we get set back in the mission, I guess. To kind of like give us the last checkpoint. Yeah. Oh, we only have one person left here, it seems. If Senno's actually taking everyone right.
Guards here are vigilant.
Okay, let's check every tent again if there's anybody still alive or sleeping. One here. So it should be good, I hope. Love doing that. Just like use the fire source. Sleep at everyone. Also, the XP I'm getting out of there is actually quite insane.
Get out of my way!
بددوك آني خيط Idiot! Damn unju!
Whoa.
Ah, here you are.
I've dealt with the trafficking of false mummies.
Thank you.
How can I ease the burdens of an old friend?
Tonight, we will stage a grand spectacle. Our goddess Sekhmet defends the people against Isfet's chaos.
But Pamu, our champion, is nowhere to be found.
the High Priest will judge me responsible for his absence.
I'll have a look.
Sekhmet bless you. His home is near the market, but check the tavern first. It pains me to ask you for a further favor. Hamu does
Of course it
like
does.
a drink now and again.
My favorite high precision Gara.
This must be Pamu. Ugh. The man stinks of beer.
Oh, thank you. I've been trying to get him to leave for hours.
Yeah, no worries. I got this.
Idiot! Damn, Anju!
Menahet.
That is Pamu! What has happened to him?
His passion for toasting Sekhmet has exceeded his head for drink.
This is a disaster! People have come from the Red Land and the Black to see him fight!
If a fight is all that is needed, I could replace him.
Of course, Magi. You honor yourself in saving me from disgrace. Speak to the High Priest in the temple courtyard. He will take care of the rest.
Hey Velucinda, good morning. How's Origins going today? It's going very good, yeah. Yeah, we left behind the introduction sequence, did some modern day, and we're now on the way to Alexandria. We also just gotten our first detection in the game. And it was kind of like a moment where I scouted the entire area with my bird, and somehow my bird didn't take 2 enemies who were sleeping. And then when I had to do like a high profile action by destroying some jars with kind of like fake idols, they woke up and saw me. So I got our first detection, but overall I'm quite happy with how it's going because it's the first detection in about, yeah, like 5 hours of playtime almost. So yeah, it's been going really good with the stealth challenge so far. The good thing with Origins is it's very like calculatable. So, you know, like stealth can be very much like something you can foresee, like what will be happening. It's very much under your control most of the time. They got me on destruction of property charges, pretty much. It's probably something you would be flagged with in Hitman or something, actually. Now that I think about it. It's like, hey, you've been trespassing. Hey, you've been destroying property.
Some awesome soup.
But yeah, how are you doing today, listener? Ava Ember, welcome in as well. How are you today?
Your Holiness, I am here to fight for Sekhmet.
You're not Pamu. He was meant to play Sekhmet.
Pamu is ill. He is recovering at the temple.
Fine. Follow me.
I'm good, thanks, Ember.
Though this is a friendly bout, you must stay vigilant.
Do not fear. Sekhmet will receive a fine tribute.
We give thanks for your presence on this sacred night.
If we delay too long, the High Priest will have harsh words for us.
We unveil to you a ritual that has guarded us for century upon century.
Lucien doing alright, just getting up and around, debating a breakfast snack. You have been drinking less beer lately and has been making you more hungry, trying to resist. That's definitely fair too. But I hope whatever the snack is, it's gonna be delicious. We've had some buttermilk pancakes for breakfast and they were also very, very delicious. And you locked Tomate Canyons offered in Unity. Hell yeah, that's awesome. It's definitely a feat to achieve in Unity, you know, considering how difficult some of the Nostradamus enigmas are. And unlocking the armor also isn't too easy either, with one of the puzzles. Hey there, Anakin, welcome in. 5 precision grab. How's it going, Anakin? The game is awesome, but glitches and inconsistent behavior pisses you off. That's fair. Yeah, but definitely struggling as well doing like a stealth challenge with Unity because there's just so much random stuff that can happen, you know. So it was also the game that I got detected the most times in, overall. So far at least. Of course Origins could take that over. I gotcha, that's fair, Ember. That's what I also did when I first done those Reddits.
Make every eye to look upon the warrior for whom the 2 skies open. Sekhmet, Lady of Slaughter. The light rises with Sekhmet and falls as she falls.
Come! The crowd awaits!
Don't push me. I'm gonna take my sweet time.
Should malice cling too strongly to your hearts, Isfet, the evil one, shall smite the goddess and condemn Yamu to 100 seasons of darkness. But should your hearts be pure, the goddess shall favor us, shielding us from the obscurity of chaos. Let the battle
Which one is
begin!
And which one is Isfet?
Since a time unknown, Sekhmet the lioness has shielded us from Isfet's
chase away our bad luck!
Isfet was once husband to Ma'at, goddess of order. Tampering with her scales of judgment, he grew fat on the souls of mortals. Sekhmet cast him out of the hall of justice. In his hunger, he returned. But Sekhmet grew hard and started the war against him. Their battle Sekhmet and night before Sekhmet subdued the lord of chaos. The lioness the warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Look, His weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. Sekhmet's might enlivens the arm. His weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm.
May Sekhmet protect
The
us.
lioness's fangs will cleave the dark. Sekhmet.
I could swear you were the Blood Eater herself.
Ah. No, the priest's recounting of the battle between the goddess and Isfet was new to me.
It is a tale of his own invention. You will not hear it outside Yamu. Would that you'd agree to stay with us longer. But I know that greater duties call you.
I'll say goodbye to the children before I leave.
Do so. They'll miss you. You are always welcome in Yamu, whenever your journeys bring you to our gnome.
Keep the mask and staff of the goddess as poor tokens of our respect.
It's kind of cool. So you can actually, you know, use the outfit that you've used in the fight here forever, including the mask. And according to rumor, it also makes cats be more likely to go to you to be petted, apparently. Since it's the outfit of Isfet, you know, the cat goddess, I guess. Also, what's kind of cool is the game auto-enables the hood after this, you know, place, because once this is done, you're kind of like supposed to go to Alexandria, where you don't want to be noticed necessarily. So the game kind of like puts your hood on, starting at this point here, if you haven't done that yourself already. The priest keeps going on and on. He never gets a break. He's definitely working hard for his money, that's for sure. Anakin, they removed the stand they put in 2 weeks ago with a small operation today. Ah, I gotcha, Anakin. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you know, you don't have to have it in you anymore. I hope the operation went smooth for you. That you feel better. Listening, we're checking, apparently there are only 9 sequences in Brotherhood without the DLC, and you have a standard CD key. Is the game short? Well, the main story definitely is in comparison to AC2, right? In AC2, the biggest chunk of the game were definitely the 14 sequences of the game, with the main story. In Brotherhood, you know, I would say the main story is definitely much, much shorter. However, instead you have like many more side quests though in Brotherhood, especially in connection to the different guilds. But there's also like additional mission types like Templar agents, for instance, and stuff. So yeah, you're definitely supposed in Brotherhood to spend more time doing side stuff along the main story if you want to get like more content out of it. But yeah, the main story is definitely much shorter. Another thing they also do in Brotherhood sometimes in some sequences is they kind of like play a lot of the things back to back. You know, like one sequence is kind of like infiltrating an area, and then getting out of there, and it's like divided into multiple parts, like multiple quests. It's like one entire sequence essentially. And especially once you get to sequence 8, it's kind of like a back-to-back sequence happening up until the end pretty much. So I would finish all of the side stuff you want to be doing before finishing the end of the game, before sequence 8. Because at that point it's like almost like a point of no return, pretty much. But yeah, the main story is definitely much shorter than it was in AC2. But the side stuff makes this pretty much as long as AC2 was. Anakin, it hurts a bit, but hopefully go away tomorrow. I hope so too, Anakin. That's understandable, I guess, directly after the operation, everything. Will the game get much harder if you don't grind out better armor, etc.? I wouldn't say so, especially if you focus on stealth, because you have lots of tools you can use for the stealth that aren't really tied to your armor or anything. And to be fair, the combat has become easier in Brotherhood than it was in AC2. So by using things like chain kills and stuff, you will be fine even with like low level weapons, right? Like doing a chain kill and all of those mechanics isn't really tied to your stats anyway. So yeah, you can like do a no upgrade run with Brotherhood and you will be fine the entire game, pretty much. I would definitely plan in some money for things that will be beneficial for stealth. For instance, the crossbow that you can unlock at the blacksmith is so good for stealth. So that's definitely worth spending some money into. But if you just do like a couple of renovations in Rome, you know, you're gonna have like a decent passive income either way. I'm actually tap out here because I have to catch up with the chat a little bit. And I don't have my my phone right now. Kill and Joe, Brotherhood, 15 hours runtime, give or take. That is the main missions only. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would say AC2 is probably like 20. So Brotherhood is substantially shorter, I would say, overall. Hey there, Vlakabaka. Biggest issue nowadays is you can't access the DLC for a lot of the old AC games since they close the online servers. You have to unlock it manually following guides. Yeah, that's a big issue for sure, you know, if they turn down those servers. Because not only the multiplayer has been turned off, but also like all of the unlockable content. Even if you have it unlocked, you know, if you don't have the original files of the DLC anymore, then you can't access it either, even if you technically own the DLC, which is ridiculous. And that's true, Ember. You know, like 100%ing Brotherhood can be quite a feat because it's just ridiculous with some of the missions and how difficult the 100% requirements are. You know, the tank and the flying machine come to mind. Brotherhood itself was planned as a DLC, but then it became too big for a DLC and too small for a main game. Yeah, I mean, Rome was initially planned to be part of Assassin's Creed 2. And I mean, you go there at the end of AC2 either way, right? And there's actually a person on YouTube that made like a video going out of bounds of that mission in AC2. And what's interesting is you can already see so many assets they kept on using in Brotherhood, like even entire places and palaces, you know, that you end up seeing in Brotherhood, which further confirms they already had worked and started working on like all of the environments for Rome. So Rome was kind of like meant to be the second part of AC2, so to say. Which explains why the games are so similar in lots of ways, you know. But yeah, we definitely realized that putting out AC2 as it was, and then making like a separate game would mean they can, you know, up their sales quite a bit. But yeah, it was also a breaking point for Assassin's Creed actually, because initially Assassin's Creed was planned as a trilogy, right? And the third game was supposed to be all modern day, pretty much. But then they realized how successful AC2 and 1 became, they made it like a long-running series. And it also created a cut with a creative direction, because Patrice Desilets, the guy behind AC1 and 2, creative director, he also ended up being the creative director for Brotherhood, but he left midway through development. Because he was kind of like burned out, you know, on like now being supposed to not do 3 games, but like 5 or even more. So yeah, Brotherhood also had a bit of a creative cut there, in a way you could say. Killjoy would say Assassin's Creed Odyssey is the longest by far. I would say Valhalla is even longer, to be honest, at least in my experience, doing 100% runs on either game. Especially including all of the DLC. But Odyssey is pretty close to that, you know. Especially given how grindy Odyssey is, it kind of like feels even longer sometimes. So now the PC version you have has no achievements, so all you really need to do is the main story. But you think doing the NPC memories, Christina, Copernico you've met so far, they seem like they are interesting side stuff? Definitely, yeah. The Christina missions are really good. That being said, you have to get at least 70% total sync to unlock the last Christina memory. So definitely keep that in mind. Because it means you have to do a certain amount of content before you unlock all of those memories. Because they kind of like unlock periodically whenever you reach like the next milestone, percentage-wise. But yeah, they're really good if you want to have like more of a, you know, background info from AC2, I guess. Anakin, Brotherhood is your favorite. For you, AC3 was a bit harder than Brotherhood, but you can definitely see how Brotherhood missions can be challenging. That's fair too. Yeah, for me it's definitely a tie between those two games, to be honest. Because AC3 also has some really tough optional objectives, you know. For instance, when you have to go on the ship, it's like completely undetected and air assassinate a grenadier and stuff. Which is kind of ridiculous. Hey the Bastard, welcome in. There's some specific build for stealth. On your first playthrough you just pour all resources into Hidden Blade and that feels like a bad decision. So far, since I haven't unlocked the Hidden Blade yet, I've been focusing mainly on my range damage. So I've been just making sure that I increase my ranged stabilizer glow quite a lot. And of course have a bow on my level, either a Predator or Hunter bow. And yeah, so far I didn't have any issues, you know, assassinating anyone either. Especially since I don't have level scaling on. So everyone stays on their level. Which means if I do all of the missions I will be over leveled for most part. Which makes assassinating people also easier. But apart from it, there's not too much you can do to kind of like, you know, increase your stealth damage, I guess. What of course helps is having like specific skills that will help you quite a lot with the stealth. What I like to use is the smoke bomb quite a lot and the sleep darts. And of course anything that boosts like your ranged damage and abilities. For example, the controlled Predator bow is so overpowered. Yeah, fair enough, Ember. That's definitely fair too, you know. I feel like with Valhalla just too much overall, to be honest. It's like too much of a good thing at some point and just becomes boring after a while. To do Brotherhood 100% is like a good 40 hours. Yeah, I guess it depends how good you are with the optional objectives too. When I do 100% run on Brotherhood, it usually takes me about 20 to 25 hours. But I think if you do it as a first timer, like somebody who hasn't played the game multiple times, then 40 hours is a good estimate. Yeah, Castle Crasher. That part as well, you know, like infiltrating the Castello and getting out of there without getting detected. I remember struggling so much with that mission when I tried to do 100% runs for first time. But nowadays I do it first try most of the time. But yeah, it of course helps a lot, you know, if you know exactly how the mission turns out to be, where the guards are and stuff. Without the DLC, 40 hours, damn. Yeah, that would definitely mean lots of retries with the mission, for sure. That quest started pretty early in AC Brotherhood, like from destroying cannons before the villa is destroyed. Yeah, that was quite tricky, actually, as well. You know, like as being like one of the first missions. There's like so many people that I saw struggling so much with it. Even going so far as to like putting down the game, essentially, because they just couldn't deal with it. I don't think it was the best objective for like one of the early missions. Yeah, it's definitely fair to Lucinda, and no worries whatsoever. I feel like the side content worth checking out and looking out for is definitely the Christina memories for sure. Also the tombs if you enjoy them. And also the clusters, which are kind of like the glyphs in AC2. Only there's like half of them in Brotherhood. So yeah, overall there's like less of them to worry about. And the guild stuff can be fun, but it's more like filler content overall, I would say. No detection stuff is kind of off the table since it's the first playthrough, to be honest, or time stuff. You just want to stress yourself out too much. Totally fair too, you know. That's how I treat first playthroughs always as well. Like whenever I play a game that I haven't played before, I usually don't worry about 100%ing it or doing every content in it. Except, of course, if it's Assassin's Creed. And I would do that, but not with any other game, really. Creative sync system, glad they removed it, and your 100% games. That's fair enough too, I guess. It does make it more bothersome to get the 100%, you know, having more challenges. Personally, I really love them. And I know I'm probably having a bit of a controversial opinion there in comparison to others. Because for me it's kind of like the lore reason behind them. You know, I like kind of like having these challenges to know, okay, yeah, this is how the ancestor did it, you know. For instance, if it says don't kill any innocent or any kind of like guards except for your target, you know, it makes me approach the mission kind of like, you know, how the character would have done it, I guess. So it brings me closer to that. Since that's what is the anime is about in a way. And I do also really enjoy the challenges most of the time. For I would say that there's definitely annoying objectives that I don't enjoy. Like the tank mission, you know, that one is annoying as heck to do. But 90% of the time I really enjoy the full sync requirements. But they kind of grew on me, you know, I didn't start out enjoying them. Kind of came with time for me. I think it's also because I play these games so much, you know, like any kind of like additional challenge makes it more interesting for me. And just playing the game casually would be boring at this point to me, which is why I always do like a challenge with the games most of the time. But as a first timer, that's of course quite different. Exactly, Ember. Yeah, that's how I do it as well, you know, just like do most of the missions or anything that interests me. Not worry about anything else really, especially if it's like collector boats and stuff. I would say Origins main story is close to 30 hours, give or take. That makes sense, I guess, if you would only do the main story. I usually end up between 60 to 80 hours on a Origins main playthrough, but I always do all of the missions in Origins. So that really adds like a lot of time to it, of course. So one thing we haven't done yet is actually talk to Reda. He's kind of like a merchant that sells you store items. You can do like daily quests at him.
Medjai, great warrior, come. I sell you what you want. You need it, I have it. If I don't have it, you don't need it. Reda has your back in these desolate lands.
You are but a boy. How did you come by such fine treasure?
Plucked from the ancient lands of the desert, the sunken vessels of the Nile, refined by handmaidens of the gods. Weaponry forged in Nubian mines, Persian jewels, and Assyrian treasures. I have it all.
I see. You are well traveled for such a young man.
Old wisdom, Neb. I have acquired from long nights in the desert with my camel.
I will see what you have.
Come, look around. If you want good Ned, I have other jobs too.
Nomad's Bazaar. The camera icon shows you Reda, the merchant's position. Reda offers a wide variety of very rare goods. Be sure to check him out regularly as his stock changes weekly. Every day Reda offers a new quest to offer to help someone in need. Succeed before the time runs out and you will be greatly rewarded for your efforts. Ubisoft removed Sync after realizing how bad it becomes gameplay-wise and Rox added it in GTA 5. Yeah, the irony. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Ember, if it was the case, you know, that there's like more bugs on PC. Considering it's like easier to optimize a game on console too, and Unity already is, you know, very vulnerable to having like random stuff happening. 100% Origins with DLC is over 100 hours. Yeah, I would say that's about right, from my experience. But yeah, I guess the longer a game becomes, the more there's like a variety and like yeah, like a difference between like playtimes of people, because you know, there might be people who skip through dialogue, through cutscenes. Of course, like streaming a game always adds lots of time, you know, like you're just talking for the past 5 to 10 minutes or so, you know. Like if that's kind of like keeps on adding when you just have more gameplay hours overall in the game without having done anything substantial. And just like, you know, like if you use fast travel or not, if you decide to walk instead of run sometimes, or just take in the environment, you know, like all of it changes the average playtime so much. And yeah, Anakin, that's the one. Reda. I think in Dawn of Ragnarok DLC for Valhalla I've actually explained why he's still alive. I don't know the reason right now, to be honest, because I haven't played the DLC yet. But given that he's like a trader of rare artifacts, you know, it's very likely that he has something extending his lifetime, I guess. But yeah, we can essentially buy carbon crystals and hacker chests at him. And I usually like to go for hacker chests because every second or third you're pretty much guaranteed to get the legendary item on average, in my experience. And upgrading a legendary item to your level usually costs about 6,000 to 9,000 either way. So I like to just get these hacker chests and kind of like gamble a little bit, I guess. Because it also just gives us like a bigger pool of items to choose from, right? It gives you also the opportunity to get items you couldn't get otherwise from the store, that you would have to pay like real money for. And sometimes it can mean like having really good, you know, kind of like stealth items too. You know, like there's bows that poison and have bleeding on hit at the same time. So even if you can't one-shot somebody, there's a good chance that the DPS will kind of like finish them off after being shot. And yeah, it's just, you know, kind of like items that might be useful in the long run, also for stealth. So once I have a decent bit of money, I'm gonna definitely invest some into hacker chests here.
Get out of the way! Move out of the road!
Oh, really, Anakin? That's interesting that Odyssey took you 200 and Valhalla 150. For me, it was like the other way around, really. Like 100%ing Odyssey, including all of the DLC, took me about 130 hours, maybe? Roughly. In Valhalla, doing everything in the game, including the DLC, including every little piece of wealth, took me well over 200 hours. So by far the longest playthrough I've ever done. But then again, I also took so much time in Valhalla just like reading stuff. You know, like all of these notes and letters you have everywhere. I reckon that alone added like a dozen hours or so. Yeah, it's always interesting how it can differ so much from like player to player, isn't it?
Have you seen my Book of the Dead in your travels, Magi? I went all the way to Memphis to buy it.
No. How was it lost?
Bandits. They came from the dunes nearby. When their leader saw how I cared for the book, he wrenched it from me. I thought my heart would stop.
I can help. I do not fear them.
I have been praying for someone like you. That book will unite me with my wife's spirit.
There you are, Father. We are going home.
But this Magi is helping me.
Oh, yes? You are going to find his book? If by some miracle you do, thank you.
Did you hear where the bandits meant to go?
Oh, the leader told the others to meet him at the necropolis, I think.
We live nearby.
I am not going home until I...
Father, the book is gone. You will find Mother in the field of reeds without it. I promise.
That warrior will find the book.
Yes, yes. He will find it.
Have you found my book yet? Thank you. You have given me hope that I may be reunited with Isesu. Have you found my book yet?
Working on it. Book of the Dead.
Send the owl. What?
Yeah, I mean, that could also add quite a bit of time, you know, like seducing everyone. I gotcha, Kill and Joe. That's something I haven't played too much, actually, the Forgotten Saga in Valhalla. I've only ever done one kind of like playthrough session of it. Like, I definitely see the appeal with it. Doing like multiple runs and then getting like benefits. Wouldn't actually mind getting back into that like on my own time. A little bit. Let's scout this area here. And make sure that we don't miss out on anybody, because whoever we don't take, it's gonna be very likely to see us. Fortunately, taking is gonna be much easier the more viewpoints we get. It's obviously different Origins regarding side quests. But we definitely take inspiration from Origins, since Origins kind of like introduces multi-layered quests, I guess, with multiple parts. I would say in Odyssey it's definitely more fetch quests overall. Or like here, kill this person specifically. But yeah, I would say they feel similar. One thing that was definitely clear is that Origins side quests have more of a connection to the main story, I would say. And we also have like actual cutscenes for a lot of the side quests too in Origins. So I would say they have like bigger quality, to be honest, in this game. That might also be a personal preference, I guess. Stop moving. Thank you. different eras as well, wo you did Odyssey and Valhalla as canon first runs, meaning the main char was woman. I gotcha. I like that option in Valhalla where you can let the enemies choose, you know, the gender. Of course, then you have like female Eivor and male Odin, which of course makes more sense. If I play Valhalla, that's gonna be the choice that I will go for as well. But it's yet to be decided if I play Valhalla or not. So it gets even worse, not worse as what you get for your money is well worth it. Yeah, that's fair too. I mean, I would say the side quests in Odyssey are entertaining and they keep you busy, I guess, and it can be fun sometimes. I do think they're a bit repetitive and tedious sometimes, but that's something that AC usually deals with either way. I feel like in Odyssey it's just a bit more apparent, maybe. But yeah, it's definitely worth the money, especially nowadays, when you can get Odyssey for like $10 or so. You know the sleeping darts? Yeah, and what's cool is they also interact with any fire source. So even with like a torch you can like drop that somewhere or like throw it somewhere. And use a sleep dart and throw it into there. To create like a sleep cloud. And everyone in it will be put to sleep. Even Bayek is like struggling, as you can see, to stay awake. And there's also poison darts where you can do the same thing with it.
Here is the Book of the Dead. Becca will be pleased. Now to return the book to the old man.
Yeah, to be honest, I think all of them feel quite unique, Ember. You know, even if they're built on the same system, I think they all have something unique to add to the series, for sure.
You die! Thought you could steal from me?
Is it stealing if you rob a thief?
I took it for my father.
So, this is a force detection here. So, won't be counting that one. Kinda like meant to happen. But yeah, Book of Dead is mine. Yeah, the big difference with Odyssey is definitely that you have those branching dialogue options. It's like more that you control what the turnout of a quest is gonna be. Whereas Origins is very much an action adventure in the sense of, you know, you're following like a linear story. Yeah, Busted. The skill tree over here on this side is really good because you also have the smoke bombs, which are also really good for stealth gameplay, of course. You can also poison buddies or drive people berserk, all of which can be interesting for stealth gameplay too. I definitely recommend it to check out that side of the tree. We actually have 3 ability points, so we could technically now get the chain assassination. It can be really nice. Other times it can be tricky because it's kind of like locked in an animation and increases the chance of getting detected sometimes because you can't cancel it. But overall it can be really nice. But yeah, in general, if I get detected for like a second during an animation and the target dies, you know, immediately afterwards, it's alright for the stealth challenge. As long as like nobody else is alerted, I guess, and the person, you know, dies immediately. Because there's just sometimes nothing you can do about being locked in an animation, you know. Especially since a lot of the stealth works either way in the sense that they see you for a split second before dying. Like if you whistle somebody into a bush and you face him frontal and over into a bush to kill them, the meter actually goes red, but they die in that moment. And you still count it to be stealthy. So, yeah, That's how I will kind of treat it as well. But for now, let's go ahead and get chain assassination here. So we can kill somebody and then throw a sleep, like a knife at another enemy in range. Yeah, Valhalla is interesting in regards to stealth, you know, because I do think they add like quite a lot of mechanics that are really cool and can work quite well. But they change the AI behavior, you know, it's like actually a lot more aware. Especially once they get into investigative status, you know, it increases the vision range of them quite a lot. Which increases the chance of getting detected for a reason that isn't always like apparent to you, because you're not always aware what's like going on everywhere in the camp. So sometimes you get like detected from like far away and you don't know why. But it usually, in my experience, it has a reason. That being said, there can definitely be bugs. Or like moments where they seal through walls and stuff, so that's like bullshit sometimes. But I would say that the stealth in Valhalla is a bit misunderstood sometimes. But it's very unforgiving, that's for sure. There's way too much into both thinking they're better for stealth. Fair enough too. Yeah, they can be, but it's not guaranteed, of course. One of the top AC games was Rogue, loved Shay so much. That's fair to Kill and Draw. He definitely was a different protagonist from any other we had before. Ava Isura, welcome in. That upgrade actually helps in stealth missions. It really does. Yeah. Yeah, basically won't really focus on Warrior Tree whatsoever for now. I mean, I might get parry because it can be quite good whenever we are forced to do combat, I guess. But my main focus is definitely gonna be the Hunter and the Seer Tree, for sure. Another ability I want to get quite early and next is the Enhanced Predator Bow. Because the Predator arrows have the most damage and we can then control it mid-air. Which means guaranteeing headshots is a lot easier with this. But yeah, in order to get there, we probably have to get Arrow Retriever next. Then the Bow Bearer and then Enhanced Predator Bows. So like another 4 ability points. Yeah, Ember. I mean, the thing with Rogue is it was a very, very short development time. They actually only had like 8 months or so to work on it. And it was kind of like a spur of a moment decision where they realized how successful and popular Black Flag was. And they decided, okay, yeah, this is our chance to have another game on the old engine. With a new generation coming up and Unity being designed for that. So they very quickly wrote and developed Rogue and basing it entirely off Black Flag essentially, which is why it feels so similar in all of its gameplay. But yeah, Rogue was actually one of the shortest development cycles they had for any game. Unity, that came out at the same time as Rogue, right? Like they started working on concepts and ideas for that game since AC2 actually. So with Unity they had like a much longer development cycle. And the irony was that Rogue was actually more well received at points. But that's of course because Rogue played it safe, right? It just took Black Flag, a system that was already well regarded, and changed some things about it and fine-tuned. Whereas with Unity they created like an entire new engine. You know, the engine that even Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla is based on up until now. That Mirage will be based on. And they had to create like all of these new assets and animations and systems, you know. So that alone took so much time to work out. It's honestly crazy that, you know, like almost 10 years later, it's still the same engine that they use for the AC games. So I feel like Unity deserves lots of credit, you know, for for that. Yeah, I mean, the ship combat is so good in Black Flag. It's still one of the best pirate games ever created, I would say. And kind of like ship combat simulators. Hey Valio, welcome in. You play this twice without using Predator Bow once. You dislike the idea of an arrow that can perform a U-turn. That's fair too. I wasn't a fan of this idea at all when I first saw it in like a gameplay trailer. That being said, for like a stealth challenge, it's, you know, awesome. So I do like using it for stealth, you know, if the game provides me that option. But as it comes to like immersion, it's, yeah, tricky. That being said, there is a physical foundation for turning arrows. Like there's some archers that actually are able to create like a, you know, kind of like way of shooting the arrow that actually makes a turn. But obviously it isn't like, you know, like mid-air that it can be like changed, of course. So if you would want to immerse yourself, you could kind of like go for a small curve, I guess, and keep it like one consistent motion. And it would still be realistic, I guess. So you could be doing that if you kind of like care about immersion. Absolutely, Ember. I don't think Skull and Bones is even gonna come close to how well regarded AC4 is as a pirate game. And I think one thing they're missing the mark with Skull and Bones is like focusing almost entirely on naval battles. You know, the thing that made Black Flag so good was of course the naval, but it was also the fact that you had like this whole exploration traversal aspect where there's like an island in the background and you're just like wondering, okay, what could be there, you know? And you go on there and you have some land exploration, then you go back to your ship. For naval exploration, it was kind of like this back and forth. I think that made AC4 so engaging, you know? And I mean, isn't that also something that's like very well regarded in, how's it called? This other pirate game that's like more cartoony in its art style? Sea of Thieves, that's it. I think that's one of the reasons why that game is also, or it kind of like works well with the exploration, that you can also go on islands, right? The soundtrack, Leo? Yeah. Yeah, this is hands down one of my absolute favorite soundtracks together with AC2's. I just absolutely adore Zara Shagner, the composer of this one. She also worked on the Black Flag soundtrack. She made some arrangements there and also provided her violin, I think. And then she also had like half of like Unity that she worked on. And then Origins was her first ever AC game that she did all by herself. And then she was brought back with Valhalla and actually got to work together with Jesper Kidd, who did the AC2 soundtrack, and they're really big fans of each other's work, apparently. So I was so glad to see that they, you know, decide to work together on an AC game eventually. And I think Valhalla's soundtrack is also so damn amazing. Absolutely slaps. Unity came out 30th of November and Rogue came out 11th of November. I gotcha. So it wasn't even exactly the same day then. You just used to find a spot with line of sight on as many guards as possible and got really good at headshotting with a hunter bow. But you can keyboard and mouse fuck with a controller. Yeah. Like on controller, usually what I do is I have like standard kind of like control settings, I guess. Where is it? Ah yeah. Which gives you like a partial aim assist. Which basically means pulling out your bow and having your bow directed into like a particular direction will lock on an enemy first. And then if you kind of like move your aim, you have to then do like a fine tuning, I guess. But that makes headshotting actually a lot easier, or like hunting as well. But yeah, it's definitely not as precise as like with mouse and keyboard would be. Sea of Thieves is great with friends, but rubbish as solo. Yeah, definitely seems like the type of game you should play together, I guess. I haven't played it yet myself, but it looks quite cool. Can you link the exact song because you can't find it anywhere? Or tell me the name? Ptolemy's Lament? Yeah, I think that's what it's based on. So this currently is like the menu music, I guess. There's like, I guess like unique versions of some tracks as like menu themes, essentially. And I guess the one that I was playing was like a variation of Ptolemy's Lament as like a menu theme. There's like a difference between the two versions, I guess, but it is based on the same kind of like musical theme, I guess you could say. But yeah, the menu themes, if you enjoy them too, they're actually also available on YouTube. There's like a unofficial soundtrack selection where you can listen to those. Exactly, Ember. Got it? So we could actually increase the quiver, so we have more arrow capacity. Sounds good. Okay, do we have any weapon for our level? Not really. Do have a better bow though, right? The level 9 bow here. So I'm gonna be using a predator bow here for now, even though I do prefer the hunter bow most of the time. And we can also wear a better shield. Nice. Okay, let's finally bring back the book here. Boatman.
Whoa. Has your father left us?
His good life is over. He was too weak to live till your return.
May he be conducted in peace.
He was in despair that his car would not join my mother's.
Where is his body? It is not too late.
You are a blessing from the gods. He receives the rites in the small temple.
Rest in peace, old man.
May the field of reeds be open to you, Father. I'll miss my father's kindness. May the field of reeds be open to you, Father.
Indeed. Requiescat in pace. May you walk the field of reeds.
Old man, your book. May it guide you to your wife's side.
Yeah, I just love the writing and origins so much, you know. like from the main quest, but also to like even smaller side quests. They've definitely touched me in like multiple ways. Also some really funny ones, but yeah, I think in general the quality of writing is really, really solid. Another thing I love is that you can go back to a lot of the characters you meet even in side quests and talk to them even after their quest has ended like ages ago sometimes. There's like lots of like hidden dialogue hidden too.
Strange to see bodies left out like this. The embalmer must know more. It is a shame to see 3 dead left neglected. What happened?
They were just brought here, Magi. A family struck down by the sword. Only the daughter, Ira, survived. She carried them here one by one. Poor girl. All by herself now. A tragic story.
Tragic indeed. Where is she now?
You can find her on the abandoned date farm near the road where her family died.
This Ira sounds like a woman worth meeting.
Ah, awesome, Leo. That's really cool. Ava Prom, welcome in.
Whoa. Soldiers. They must be looking for Iras. Best lay low.
It's definitely fair too, Leo. And I think it's a nice idea, you know, to kind of invest time into kind of like a real life skill. Especially like musical instruments, you know, because there's always like so much you can learn and get better at. And once you've learned it, you know, there's a good chance it's gonna stay with you forever.
Hey! Hey now!
Well, can't be sure it's safe yet.
Wait a second!
Still, better stay alert.
Hey now!
Oh, what the f... Did you see that? I hate when that happens in games. It's like, the health bar is like red, you know, it means you can headshot. But, never mind, it's not aligned and you're actually shooting the wall instead of somebody's head. It's like, if there's a wall in, you know, front of me Why would you tell me that I can headshot somebody? It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, Prom. This is like one of the most beautiful games I ever played, to be honest. Can you of a song in Odyssey when the woman is singing can't find the name of it, though? Yeah, would be difficult for me to pin down because there's a couple of tracks that use a female voice actress. A couple that come to mind for me would be The Shores of Megaris and The Valley of the Kings, which is the theme for Sparta, actually. But just two of them, there's definitely more. You can always experience the beautiful art of games on lovely streams like this. Cheers, Leo, I appreciate it. And absolutely, you know, like, that's what I also love to do, you know, especially since I only play these games once a year most of the time. So to get my, you know, weekly or daily AC fix, it's great to have some other streamers playing Assassin's Creed. Like Lucinda, for instance, because she's actually currently playing through Brotherhood and through the entire series for the first time. So if you wanna check that out and haven't before, then definitely consider leaving a follow there. Because yeah, she's playing for the entire AC saga every Monday and Tuesday for first time. Yo, Invisible War texture, Teo's oldest time. Yeah, it really is. I gotta make sure to be more careful with that, because I actually had a feeling that might happen. But I was like, okay, the game is telling me it works, so it should work, right? But that tells me I shouldn't be too naive here.
Serapis.
Just take more time. Be careful. My tracklist which is called Assassin's Creed on AC Odyssey. Ah, okay. Yeah, so that's like the Assassin's Creed main theme, I guess. And there's also kind of like a version with only female singing, I guess, of it. They were grumpy yesterday. You think it's because you went from being OP to the end of AC2 to having nothing again AC Brotherhood? Where did my health go? I definitely get that too. You know, it's a bit of a punch in the face. Build up Monteriggioni and then just losing all of it in like the beginning. Definitely has to do with them justifying to have like another progression system, I guess, in a way. And I mean, it gives you a good story reason why that is the case. But it's a bit crushing, you know, seeing all of that just taken away. Rule number 1, never believe Ubisoft. It's definitely a rule to live by.
There's not to draw attention here.
I don't have any predator bows anymore. I don't actually have enough damage with a hunter bow to one-shot people. Let's go for the old steep dart tactic here.
Find that girl! The first to find.
Hey, that Cesare. It's his voice actor actually. He also voiced Barnabas in Odyssey. And a lot of other characters throughout the series. Ah, very nice, Kin and Joe. That's cool that you found it. Also, hey, Grumpy, welcome in. Guten Tag. Wie geht's dir heute? So you need to understand it, but you still didn't cope with it easily. It's completely fair. I didn't cope with it well too. Coped even worse with, you know, Mario dying. Because I just loved him so much in AC2. He was hands down my favorite side character with Leonardo da Vinci. So seeing him die, you know, like, that hit me the hardest for sure. Yeah, that's definitely true, Leo. It's just a shame that you also end up losing it as well. But fortunately you can still have it as an outfit at least in the game. Even if the armor was kinda like lost. You like Odyssey so much you have it on Xbox and PC. I mean, that's fair too. I do have Unity on PC and PlayStation actually as well. But that's the only game I have on multiple platforms, I think. Also, hey there, Jay, welcome in. That's kind of funny that nobody has claimed the first yet. Classic. But at least you got to spend your points, right? Your favorite armor set was Brutus and AC Brotherhood. Interesting. I think that's definitely an unpopular opinion, but I respect it. I don't think it's like the most fitting for the time period, but that's the point, right? Like, it's like from ancient Roman times. And I think it's very fitting in that regard. Might have shed a tear when you saw Ezio jumping out of a villa window with nothing but his hidden blade. You were like, no, all of my gear. I don't blame you whatsoever. It is quite a bummer. With only 870k, you might run out soon. The amount of sound bits you could redeem with that. You could like spam the entire stream with continuous sound bits and you probably would still have points at the end of the day. Ja, mir geht's gut heute, Grumpy. Danke fürs Fragen. Bisschen Assassin's Creed Origins spielen. Mit Leuten reden. In Deutsch reden. You know. The usual stuff.
Hail in peace, Iras. All I want is to speak with you.
The last monk to say so. Murdered my family.
I've come to help you, Iras.
How do you come to know my name?
A priest told me of you.
Ah. My kin have owned this land for centuries, but left it barren until now. A soldier came to us, saying his master held a deed of sale. My father refused to concede the property. Then, well, the rest is as you know it.
What will you do?
The farm is my birthright. I will work it as long as I can.
I can ensure you are not harassed by soldiers.
You may try. The villa they spoke of lies northwest of here, on on the road to Alexandria.
Citizens. I think you like Tomate Canio outfit from Boston AC. Yeah, I mean, such a classic one.
I died preserving my family's legacy.
I reckon you have had a couple of times already, listener. Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall. But yeah, I do love that armor too, or the outfit Ember. Yeah, it's crazy. I had like over 200 citizens in my Unity playthrough recorded. So definitely the most spoken word in Unity, like, not even kidding.
Citizen.
That was a Watch Dogs one. Trying out AC Syndicate, got a game library with PS Plus, it's better than you thought. Fun to roam around in London and street fight. Definitely. I think Syndicate is a really solid game. And definitely quite fun with the side activities and the conquest of the boroughs. Also really enjoy the main assassinations in Syndicate and working out like the unique ways of killing targets. We had a thought yesterday having the Channel Point Redemption have all the variations when he creates a shortcut. That's actually a good thing too to add. You know, like more of like those variations, because he does have quite a few. But yeah, my plan is ultimately to have as many variations as possible for every sound bit, if they are variations. It does take quite a bit of time finding all of that, but yeah, I'm on a mission. I did actually find another Assassino variations actually the other day when I watched you and AC2 Listener. And it was when you had that last mission in Rome. And you were about to jump on the horse. Because the guards were like running after you like, Assassino! Come back here. So I do have to go back and record that one too. You didn't enjoy Syndicate, Ember? That's fair too, I guess. There's things I like and things I dislike about Syndicate, but overall I find it quite enjoyable. I can understand either argument really. Syndicate might be your least favorite as well. You like Syndicate a lot. It definitely seems to be a game that's like dividing the player base a little bit, because in its tone I would say it's definitely quite different to the other games. Also like having like more humor and maybe a bit of a silly like joke tendency sometimes. I feel like gameplay wise, even if it made some things more arcade, it also had some really cool additions too. For me it's like a mixed edge for sure. And yeah, I actually have to confirm that too. Syndicate is actually more buggy than Unity, like hands down, at least on PC in my experience. Which is kind of funny, because Unity still has a reputation of being like the buggy one, and Syndicate being the refined version. And for me it's like always the opposite, especially with the amount of like game breaking bugs, you know, where I just desynchronize for no reason whatsoever and have to reset the entire mission or some bollocks like that. It's not great, but it's alright. You have characters on Boston Syndicate, the setting wasn't all that memorable. Fair enough too. I did kinda like the setting, I guess, and how they built London, especially with how alive it felt. Overall, I think they could have definitely went a lot darker on the thematics, because Victorian London was a really awful place to live in, if you think about it, you know. Like the working conditions, especially for children, but also for regular people, you know, like working 16 hours a day, pretty much, and still not being able to afford anything good. The amount of like poisoning and like everything, like even food, you know, like the stuff they put even in bread and stuff, they were basically eating like poison, just so they could kind of like have enough food and stuff. And I feel like there's so many things they could have like had more of a focus on in Syndicate to make the setting darker than it felt like. Yeah, listener. There's just so many variations I can potentially record, so it's gonna be a long process until I'm done. Oh yeah, I loved Force Armor Kill and Joe, for sure. But it was tricky to get since you had to like also finish the entire Order storyline as well. And then also with you know, the Daughters of Larian and stuff. So personally, I definitely prefer Unity over Syndicate. Story-wise, it definitely appeals to me more. And I think also aesthetically it looks better, and I think that's a fact, to be honest. I do also think that the gameplay mechanics are better. Like the parkour system was actually like a downgrade in Syndicate, because they removed the option to manually jump and to jump down from any height, which took away like one big layer of you know, parkour, because like manual jump is like, you know, something we always had in every AC game, and they just removed it in Syndicate, which I think was ridiculous. And I feel like the rope launcher also made some of the parkour kind of like redundant. So when I have a rope launcher, I like to do it like only on short distances, because you can just like skip all the parkour if you want to with it. And I also like the stealth better. It felt more realistic. I mean, it's pretty good in Syndicate, but I think in Syndicate it's actually too easy. With how many like you know, throwing knives you have, and how big the radius of smoke bombs and the duration is. I feel like Syndicate is a bit easy mode on the stealth in comparison. The thing also with Syndicate is there's no real incentive to do stealth either necessarily, because combat is super easy too. Whereas in Unity, getting overwhelmed was much more likely. So I feel like Unity has a better balance of like engaging you to be stealthy and being punished if you're not. Syndicate at EV, you really liked the Birthright twins? Yeah, I do think they had a good dynamic overall, for sure. Yeah, Basachi's just staying busy forever. Dusting the desert. Yeah, I would agree, Ember, to be honest. Like, Unity had lots of potential, of course, but you can already see it in the behind the scenes that we also watched. That they just had so much stress and weren't nearly finished with the game, even if it was like a long development time. But it was just too ambitious, in a way. With Origins, they definitely set themselves a goal, and when they reach it, they just worked on refining the game further, I guess. Vampire is a game I still have to play, but I do own it on Epic, I think. It looks really interesting too with the Victorian setting. Exactly, Ember. Yeah. It definitely is much more rewarding doing stuff in Unity, I think.
I must carry out my father's dream. I can do this alone. I do not ask your assistance. I must carry out my father's dream.
Okay, let's go ahead and help her then. Even if she says he can do it alone, but she could definitely need the help. I feel like stealth is solid in AC games. In some games definitely much better than others. Or it works better, I guess. But there's so much they could learn from other games, you know, like you say with Hitman. I do actually play Hitman 2016 currently. And it's actually like surprising to me why AC hasn't like incorporated more of those kind of missions, you know, where like in the middle of like a huge event or something and you're just using social stealth and all that to your advantage. And also embracing the approach of like only killing your target and nobody else. Which also aligns quite well with what Assassin's Creed stands for, you know, like you're only supposed to kill targets. Canonically, story-wise speaking. So we could really make a better effort, I guess. But making you kill like tons of guards over time. That's true actually, Leo. Yeah, I remember learning about that in school actually. With the Aya, A. But yeah, that's the only Hitman game I played so far. I really do want to go back to play the old school ones too actually, because Jesper Kiert, who's done the soundtrack for the early AC games, he actually also worked on the early Hitman games as well, I think. Or at least some of them. So yeah, I would play them only to listen to his music. Already.
Whoa. Hey, hold on, you!
And I really gotta get a better bow soon here.
I should be cautious around here.
Making sure that nobody's around here to see me.
A letter on fine papyrus. Sophronius. Yet another man made butcher for the sake of wealth.
Okay, that works. Time to get Sophronius. Which means we're already getting quite close to Alexandria here.
Hurry!
Oh, really, Ember? I didn't remember that one, but that's kind of funny. Make a comment about that. But yeah, it's like, you know, every NPC has like a everyday life, I guess. Yeah, so the first time we actually see kind of like the ability to see through the eyes of a bird is by having the daughter of Connor have the ability, I think.
Ancient writing.
I think it's in like a comic or a book or something. I haven't actually read it.
From the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. Hey, wir haben Jause going. But she's actually the first to have it, and it's definitely connected, of course, to the, you know, Isu bloodline. And yeah, then it was like reintroduced in Origins as like a gameplay ability essentially. In Valhalla you have pretty much the explanation that you're playing a sage based on Odin, and Odin of course had two ravens assisting him everywhere. In Odyssey I guess it's again explained by, you know, being part of like the Isu bloodline, I guess. Hey there, son of Batman. Welcome in. Yeah, I think so too, Ember. He loves reading ancient writing without explaining what it is about.
May the gods help me. I am coming for you, Aya.
Let's find Sophronius. And yeah, we made it to Alexandria.
Clear the way.
Yeah, exactly, Leo. It's so annoying how much important stuff I kind of cram into the comic books and stuff, you know. Like the whole Juno storyline and stuff. Harbinger woke up at 6 AM, spent 45 minutes on exercise and did nothing during the remaining hours. I mean, it's something. I hope you had a good exercise though, Harbinger. It really is Son of Batman. Yeah, this is actually one of my absolute favorite games in this series. I really, really love Bayek as a character and the whole setting as well. Don't know the bloodline of Bayek. Yeah, it's definitely a bit more unexplored than, for instance, the bloodline of Aya, because Aya and Cassandra at least are confirmed to be related. Then of course I also have the confirmation that there's like descendants of Cassandra at least. Thank you for the follow, Son of Batman. Yeah, I guess it's always true Empire, isn't it? But if you spend more time with it, you probably get like a bigger appreciation for some of the things in it. Come closer here. What are they doing? Like sheath my weapon and going back. Like trolling me. Sure. What are they doing? What the fuck? Oh, come on, guys. Yeah, classic air behavior, isn't it? Amazing. Kinda annoying, they're just chilling there now. And like expecting me now.
Heavily guarded.
That's one down. I'm down here. Apparently he doesn't want to.
End to a pitiful existence. I will tell the rest of this if I see her again.
Oh yeah, that works. Yeah, definitely, Ember. I mean, Origin changed it up like gameplay-wise, but narratively speaking, it's very much still an AC game, you know. And I think even if you look past some additions gameplay-wise, it is very much, you know, an AC game through and through. It just changed up things a little bit. Also, hey, Carbon, welcome in. It's going good, thank you. How are you today? Yeah, in a way, I am Son of Batman. I think Mirage definitely looks promising, like, you know, with the story and the character. Also having like a bit more focus on Assassin, like the Brotherhood again. But given that it's based on Valhalla's gameplay, I'm a bit skeptical towards things like better parkour systems and stealth. We'll just have to wait until the Ubisoft Forward event and have a look at that, I guess. See how it actually works hands-on. But I really hope they have reworked the parkour system and made it like more consistent and better. But yeah, I'm definitely excited for you know, the setting and everything. So we did actually miss the side quest over here in Yamo, but can take care of it at a later point. I think for now I'd actually like to go and explore Alexandria a little bit and do the next main story. But I will be taking a break first though, because we've already been going for 3.5 hours. Torch only run Harbinger. Imagine. I mean, it could definitely work. In combat, you know, the fire damage can be quite good with the DPS actually. Definitely be better than like a pist only run, that's for sure. Yeah, like a lot of things are kind of like references as well to like previous games, Ember, you know. Yeah, that's the thing with the whole like demigod, you know, debate, I guess, because technically speaking, Cassandra gets called a demigod, but she isn't. You know, like demigod would mean that one of your parents is in fact like a Isu, you know, in like AC terms. But because Cassandra has all of these abilities, you know, people think of her as a demigod because they think there surely has to be like, you know, like something godly in her. And it's true with like the whole Isu bloodline. But people like, for instance, Eivor actually had a much higher concentration of Isu DNA than Cassandra ever had. Because they actually base, at least consciously, on actual Isus. Whereas with Cassandra, it's only that somewhere down the line, like 75,000 years ago, she had like, you know, like Isu in her bloodline. But it isn't any different than Desmond, for instance, you know. The thing that makes Cassandra special is that both of her parents had like Isu bloodlines, but the same is the case for Desmond. Only that the concentration is slightly lower, since he's like further down in time behind, I guess. But technically speaking, Cassandra isn't a demigod. The people who were born of humans in Isu back then were, yes. Also, give me just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's true as well, Ember. I usually tend to do the main story first thing, just to have like a proper introduction to a place, and then once the main story kind of like makes it seem like, okay, yeah, now is a good time to explore or like meet some people, you know, then I usually tend to do side quests. But it's not always like very predictable, I guess, which side quest would make sense at what point of a story either. Yeah, I mean, that's what it implies, Calendro, right? Like, she's a descendant both to Leonidas and also to Darius. So some crazy ancestry there. I think that's definitely confirmed, Ember. I would imagine it's at least as good as Origins, and I would anticipate it has to be at least a little bit better. Or at least the layout of a city has to be really built around the idea of parkour. If they make such a big deal out of that, I guess. But that's not a very high bar, I think, to reach, you know, because Origins was very bare bones with the parkour system, of course. You didn't enjoy Valhalla all that much, the combat felt very sluggish. Yeah, I can understand that too. It's definitely a bit heavier, I guess. It's definitely also very animation based, right? Indeed, some tea time. Yeah, gonna get something to drink and eat as well in the break. So if you want to get something yourself, then now would be a good time. I'll probably be gone for about 15 minutes total or so. Exactly, Killandro. You know, like the whole demigod terminology is more like how the ancient Greek people have been saying Cassandra, because they haven't seen anything like this before. So of course it's something godly, and since Cassandra is also human, you know, they say, okay, yeah, she's a demigod. But yeah, looking at the details, of course, that's only partially true, I guess. But yeah, if Cassandra is a demigod, then, you know, like all of the other characters in the series are as well, I guess, because all of them did have a certain percentage of ESO DNA in them. But it's definitely understandable that the citizens back then would, of course, not know everything about that and view it as something like this. But yeah, guys, so I'm gonna go and take a break now. So I will be back in just a few. And until then, I'm gonna leave you with some of the amazing soundtrack of Origins. And yeah, then I will be back here with the start of Alexandria and the meeting with Aya. So catch you guys in just a few. Alright. Welcome back. And thank you all for staying tuned. More of AC Origins with our stealth and all mission playthrough. And yeah, we just arrived in Alexandria and have done our first side mission leading us there. And now I would like to do the next main quest in here, which is called Aya. And that's also the character we're gonna be meeting. And yeah, we kind of like give us a proper introduction into like the city and what's going on here, and yeah, why Aya is kind of like staying here as well. So let's go ahead over here and meet Aya at the Great Library. Hey Valio, welcome back. Was actually Cassandra's voice actress. She voices some of the Greek NPCs in this game, and even like even some random NPC shatter. But yeah, that's actually her.
Clear off! Hurry!
Yeah, the issue with Aya was definitely that you couldn't really use any of the equipment that you got as Bayek, and even some of the abilities, which made her feel inferior, like gameplay-wise, to Bayek. I feel like they should have just gotten you the ability to be able to use both weapons and abilities, you know, from either character. Kinda get the wanted to kinda like, you know, have like a certain difficulty of a mission. But I feel like that would have been more akin to like what players probably have wanted.
Serapis, the snake will get his answer.
Hey, the Nemesis, welcome in. So let me just do one thing here. Just make sure that the game is actually running in exclusive full screen. Gotta sometimes do that when you tap out of it.
I wrote this. All writings are to be copied by the Great Library. You can't have it. I guess the works of Archimedes, Plato, Sappho, and Aristotle won't have your scribblings to keep them company.
Those are all in there?
They are.
I guess you can copy this then.
Too late. Don't want it.
Go ahead. Take it.
No.
You can have it.
Oh, verkecht mir noch. Nun es Reda.
How will I find Aya among all these endless scrolls?
I am Nemesis. Yeah, just on normal difficulty with level scaling turned off. Just to make sure we can assassinate most of the people we come across, unless we're like highly overleveled. Yeah, it's crazy, Leo, isn't it? Like all of that knowledge lost like that. It's crazy to think about, you know, like how much and how advanced, you know, ancient Egypt already was. And that's very much relative, you know, like for time. Like, time moving forward doesn't mean always like progress coming with it. Progress can also be destroyed and turn over.
The knowledge of the entire world is at your fingertips. Here, one can reflect upon the oppressive regime under which we find ourselves laboring. The Alexandrian poets, have I mentioned them? Are a group of dramatic artists dedicated to promoting free thinking throughout the land, no matter what the pharaoh says. Despite the fact that the ruling pharaoh is given to arbitrary and despotic decrees, here at the library we support free study, any topic you like.
Introduce one of my favorite side characters, Thanos the Younger. Could say he's also a blood poet in his own right.
Alright. Serapis. Now what? Where is Aya?
Ah, Serapis. I wrote a tragic comic pastoral epic centered on him.
Ah.
You're by, I guess. Aya's eager to see you.
She said.
Quickly, follow me. I am sorry, my good fellow. You appear to be drunk. This library is for serious scholars only. She is in hiding.
Who are you?
Ah, interested in Homeric verse, eh? This way, please. I am Aya's cousin, Phanos.
Ah, yes, Phanos. Nice to meet you in person. Tell me what is happening with Aya. Why are you being so discreet?
GENNADIOS sent his men on a house-to-house search. Often they drag people into the street and torture them for information. Typical of the system we live under.
GENNADIOS.
A monster. The PHYLAKITAI of Alexandria. He is ravaging the city to find her.
And where is she now?
I have a very powerful friend, Apollodorus. No doubt you have heard of him.
I have not.
You will. In any case, he made a hiding place available to Aya after she ran into trouble.
But what happened? You do not answer me.
It is a mess of political intrigue. She will explain all, fear not.
Yeah, Nemesis, the Hitman games are really beautiful actually. I was really impressed with 2016 so far, and how advanced the graphics were for like being 7 years old now.
The modern Sophocles.
You must hear his epic poem, Ode to a Nanny Goat.
In heat!
That becomes more and more relative, I guess, as time goes on. You know how good graphics can look in comparison to nowadays. One of my favorite voice lines in the entire game, Bayek beautifully conveys, I couldn't give less of a fuck if he paid me with, ah. Yeah, it's so funny, his reaction. It's like, dude, I'm not here to hear about your pastoral epic.
Let us continue. This is as far as I go. The way to Aya is found in the monument ahead.
What's kind of funny is there's actually a proper entrance to there. But he still shows you the entrance where you have to do the leap of faith.
Have a little faith.
Like, here, show me your skills. Even though we have like a proper, you know, door to walk through. Really, Nemesis? That's a shame. For any PlayStation users. Or you mean like, sorry. Like all the next-gen consoles, but no, kind of like, you know, older generation. Fair enough. I mean, that's understandable, I think. Because you're definitely at a point where some games should focus on the next generation, I think. Because of COVID already, you know, things have been delayed quite a bit in the development of games. But given how old PS5s and the Series X and S are now, I think it's definitely time not to be held back by the older generation.
I missed you.
Never again should we spend months apart. We only have each other. Without him, what?
Let us be together. Us two. Each to each.
I have news.
You are scarred by justice.
I bludgeoned Medunamun with this.
I hate that we have to do these things. But I am grateful that you did.
If I am honest, I took pleasure in it. I've missed your touch.
I have missed touching you. I killed as well. Actaeon. I hunted him down and discovered a mask in his room. When he returned, I forced him to wear it. Then I thrust this knife through his eye slits.
Aya.
But I was careless. Another of the masked ones tracked me to my home. It was even more difficult.
We have one more. Then, we will be done.
Look at this. I took it from Actaeon. Apollodorus tells me it is a papyrus from the Royal Council, which means the snake is in Ptolemy's court.
How does this Apollodorus know these things?
He has informants everywhere, because of his work with Cleopatra.
But Cleopatra? She's been declared a criminal.
By her treacherous brother, yes. She plans to take back the throne. She wants the snake dead as much as we do. And she trusts me. She gave me this to slit his throat. It's an ancient blade that killed the tyrant Xerxes. A weapon of justice.
Ingenious. I will go to the palace and discover who uses the seal of the snake. And I will use this.
You'll find plenty of information in the Royal Scribe's office. He spends his time at the bathhouse. Go search the palace while he's away.
And you?
I cannot leave here as long as GENNADIOS walks the streets. He is determined to kill me.
In addition to the snake, I will see what I can learn of this GENNADIOS and silence him.
Discover who the snake is and show him the face of death. I'll meet you at the Paneo when you have killed both the snake and GENNADIOS.
My heart aches until I see you again.
As does mine, my love.
Oh yeah, love that introduction here with, you know, the hidden blade as well. Finally receiving that, but also seeing Aya, you know, for the first time and seeing how close they really are. How much of a connection they have, but also how united they are in the desire for vengeance, right? Like, talking about their kills like that. Or being so intimate with each other, you know. It definitely, you could say the relationship has evolved to a new level. That's kind of interesting, you know, that Bayek used the apple to kind of like bust his head in, because Bayek, of course, isn't aware of the powers that the artifact actually holds.
What's this?
That leads to the docks. I can't believe Thanos had you go through the pit.
So, we're gonna be seeing the reason he hasn't chopped off finger yet, Kin and Joe. Very soon, actually. It's gonna be one of the next 2 assassinations that will show us. Also, what is Aya doing? Is that parkouring across the table? Doing her own little parkour workout every day. Which the workout went well, the only thing that keeps you somewhat happy these days. Man, I'm really sorry to hear, Harbinger. that you know, that's the case for you. But yeah, you know, who knows what's gonna come next. And maybe that makes you even, you know, happier than you have been before. Why is it so different from ID's time? You never figured that part out. I mean, this is really just the start of everything, right, with in regards to the Brotherhood. And the Brotherhood has changed its name and some of the rituals throughout time. But this is still before we have like a creed and certain kind of like ways to live and, you know, assassinate for. So it's really about like showing that evolution, I guess. And AC1 of course isn't the start of the Brotherhood, right? It already has existed even as the Assassins for much longer. But yeah, in AC1, essentially we have reached a point where the Assassins have like fully worked out a routine, I guess, and are much more organized. And yeah, really have like a full-blown agenda. Whereas here just like forming. Fair enough, Nemesis. I look better than Cassandra. Well, thank you. Yeah, Bayek looks pretty good, doesn't he? Yeah, that's another thing, I guess, like the Hidden Blade also has been kind of like evolved even in this game, right? Because every time you upgrade your Hidden Blade, which we can now do actually, it changes design. At some point it even becomes quite thin, you know, as a blade. Like you can see it already has become a bit sharper. But at some point it's gonna become even like a curved thin blade and stuff. So already have like multiple variations of the Hidden Blade in this game alone. Which I guess opens up the possibility of having like all kinds of starts really, because you already see them in this game, like plenty. Yeah, really gotta get like a better bow soon. Get one ability point here. So I kinda wanna go up here to the bow bearer so we can use two bows at the same time. So we're gonna get the arrow retriever first.
High precision gerecht.
Hey there, Kobe, welcome in. Hey, precision. Hi, yeah. How's it going? How are you today? Yeah, so Killinger, we're gonna be seeing actually in the next two missions why the whole ceremony around like sacrificing a finger has been founded. So we're gonna get an answer soon here. It really is Nemesis. Yeah, the soundtrack is just amazing. When wow, just chilling before work. I gotcha, Kobe. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we're doing the same here with Bayek. We just arrived in Alexandria and retrieved the Hidden Blade. Yeah, same here, Ken and Drew. I love the sicker swords in general. And they're of course a very kind of like weapon you really associate with ancient Egypt too, I guess. Miss Motion is like Osiris. But I'm definitely gonna re-enable that soon again. I could even like divide the motion of Osiris into multiple parts and then like play a random part on Redemption, actually, now that I think about it. Because the song is longer than, you know, what my soundbit was. Matching every high precision Gara that gets played just like in Unity, but only if you have the points. Sounds like a plan. So I usually get 1 high precision Gara per hour on average. So that should be definitely a possibility, Harbinger. And yeah, I'm doing good, thank you, Kobe. Also, hey Vagodi, how are you? Yeah, definitely been enjoying replaying this game so much. As part of a stealth challenge, we have been detected 2 times so far. Both ones kind of like being very unfortunate situations, I guess you could say. But yeah, definitely happy with how it's going overall. I gotcha, Leo. Yeah, honestly, I haven't been to any of those locations yet, but I would always love to visit. Like Italy for sure is on my bucket list. And yeah, it would be really good to see Egypt, you know, with my own eyes at some point. It's really cool though that you can confirm that it did like a good job recreating those locations. Yeah, so far it's been alright, Nemesis. We have like plus 20, 25, like 20 to 25 degrees currently, I think. So pretty moderate, you know, temperatures. But I reckon we're gonna reach the 30 plus quite soon, and that usually goes in line with high humidity too. When the sun sets in the desert, it's amazing, and you've never seen so many stars in your life. That's really cool. I like how they also made a focus on this game with the, you know, star circuits, like the stone circuits. Yeah, same here, Kobe. Been pretty much half sun, half cloudy today. At about 22 degrees. Yeah, I would love to see Florence. I've seen some videos of like people visiting and then comparing it with AC2. And it's actually crazy how, you know, identical it looks at times. Especially with like the big landmarks and like the bridges and stuff. It's over 38 degrees Celsius there? Jesus, Ember. I'm sorry to hear. I'm really not built for hot weather. I mean, I can endure it, I guess. And I don't mind it if it's just like for 1 to 2 weeks every year. But it's over that, then I'm getting annoyed quite quickly. You would assume the Kopesh comes from the Greeks' Kopis designs. I'm actually not sure if it does. I couldn't give you an answer there. Yeah, that sounds more pleasant, Kill and Joe. I'd definitely take like 10 to 20 than anything else. We have the high humidity ground. Exactly, Leo, you know. That's one of the reasons why I love him as well, because those like little snippets of dialogue between Remu and Bayek just really, you know, gave you like so much more insight and, yeah, like also just made you grow closer to Remu as a character too, I think. Obi-Wan Kenobi strikes again. She sure does. Okay, so there's actually 2 more targets down. One's killed by Aya. For instance, we have Actaeon the Vulture. Aya's first kill. While tracing the order in Alexandria, Aya came across Actaeon and verified her suspicions when she discovered one of the masks in his apartment. He died a horrible death while wearing the mask. His role in the Order of Ancients is clear. His role in the death of Khemu, however, is nebulous. And Ketesos, the ram. He hunted down Aya, the killer of his friend Actaeon, in Alexandria. However, he met his end at her hands. And of course, we're also looking for the snake. Let's actually upgrade our breastplate at least once. Because a bit more health doesn't hurt. I gotcha, Ember.
Who is this snake?
I have yet to discover that.
The clue must be there in the palace. Search for the seal found upon the letter. It's too dangerous to leave this den as long as GENNADIOS and his men are searching for me.
A letter? For me?
The seal will certainly be found within the palace. I cannot leave this den as long as GENNADIOS lives.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
What's in the letter for me? Ancient writing. Interesting, Anakin. I didn't know that actually. Kinda always assumed it's like the highest in the afternoon. But yeah. I mean, 100% humidity is insane. I'd rather not. I mean, that would make sense, Ken and Joe, I guess. But yeah, if somebody wants to look that up, I would definitely be interested in the history of the Kopesh.
Assassino!
Because the thing is, in some like pop culture films, I guess, about ancient Egypt, Kopesh is quite prevalent, and that's like way before the time of Alexander the Great, I guess. Then again, I'm not sure if they've done like historical research in that regard, you know, and it is actually accurate or not. Couldn't tell you that. That's our target. So yeah, as long as we kill GENNADIOS first, we can be detected afterwards because he's our target. And he's also surrounded by counters of guards. Yeah, just need to get him first and then we're good.
I should not be seen in this area.
One day, Greek and Egyptian are in a pub. Greek says, I bet you can't bend this kopis, and Egyptian makes a pun like, Kopsh, I can, and he actually bends the kopis. That's why it's called kopish. Yeah, I believe that, Anakin. That's gonna be what I will explain it with from now on. Kopish war from better access and far out of use about 1000 years before Alexander. Interesting. So definitely not the most popular weapon anymore at this point then.
Halt! Stay there!
Hang on! Archon, is got him lined up! Come quickly!
Why have you dragged me into the land of the dead?
You sought to kill my wife!
Your whore of a wife is a murderess, willfully and wantonly. I did my duty as a PHYLAKITAI, and for this you have taken my life. Is your vengeance above all law, Medjay? Be warned. The Phylakis will hunt you down and exact revenge.
May the Hidden One walk beside you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.
Phylakis, after you. They're powerful bounty hunters that will attack you on sight. Yep. They're gonna be quite tricky because I think the first one already is level 20 and he's looking for us and we're like 10 levels below him. So should he find us, it's like a one-hit death essentially. But eventually they're gonna become much easier and then we're gonna hunt all of them. Exactly, Leo. You know, swords are cool, no matter the culture. Hope you always have to think of a Deathbringer in Horizon that is called Kopish by Pharaoh Automated Solutions. Yeah, I've had like a lot of cultural references, also to like certain gods and stuff, right? Yeah, Ember, it's like...
May you walk the land of the Duat.
Yeah, I do have all of the expansions for the game, Leo. I will only play the Hidden Ones DLC this year though, because I'm only doing the Ubisoft Montreal developed games and expansions. But yeah, we do also have the Curse of the Pharaohs and all of the deluxe quests and stuff. Yeah, Kobe was quite interesting. I did quite like those references in Horizon.
Getting tired with them. Die. Going to cut this filth into stupid halves. Hey, wait!
Rip you to shreds.
Clear!
Right there! Mine now!
What is my camera doing? Supposed... What the fuck? Okay, goodbye. it's time to officially change our mount because the Wanderer has left us disappointed here. I choose you, Lucius Roman Stallion. The 7th Stallion fought by a mare of magnificent pedigree. Rumor has it that Julius Caesar declined this gift horse after looking it in the mouth. But you know, we know what the lake is that King Arthur threw his sword in, and where the story of the lady and the lake is Lynn Ogwen. They found a sword in the lake dating around 1,500 years old. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely falling into that season nemesis. I guess they purposely wanna launch Mirage during that time too, because it's usually the time that other AC titles have launched. Also, thank you for clipping that, Kobe. Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. First, the camera doesn't want to come close enough for me to mount it, and then it's just like jumping off the bridge. Even though it didn't even press anything, I literally just pressed Y to mount.
Did you not know? Eudoros is at the baths.
Of course. The palace is much more pleasant without Eudoros and his constant bitching.
That sound of a voice. It sounded like Wrench in Watch Dogs with a mask on and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and also try to take care of the snake as well, actually. Interesting, Killenjo. That's really cool, actually. I kind of like that myth around the sword. And how it has been like interpreted also in like different, you know, universes. There's also a reference in Witcher, right, with the Lady of the Lake and the sword. Both in Witcher 1 and in the Blood and Wine DLC for Witcher 3. Hope it's not rushed with bugs. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely expect some bugs because we're talking about Ubisoft games. But hopefully it's like, you know, solid experience that doesn't take away any of the fun, at least. It was Kobe. Like the camera just took it to another level of not listening to me. Yeah, quite a big location here. And just a few soldiers. Yeah, definitely. I think both the settings Unity and Origins were outstanding. The way they've been portrayed and how much research also went into it, you know. Okay, we definitely haven't scouted everyone in this area, but I think we scouted enough for now.
Hold there!
In words, you think King Arthur was in fact named Ambrosius Aurelianus, war leader of the Romano-British who won an important battle against the Anglo-Saxons in the 5th century? That makes sense, yeah. I mean, they're often based on kind of like, or inspired by real-life figures, right? I like how this palace is actually built around the idea of doing parkour and using the rooftops to your advantage. This one is a bit low, this rooftop, but we should be fine.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Bene. Way up in case I fall.
These are the rooms of the royal scribe. Looks important. Locked. A ladder.
A ladder? For me?
Ah, a key. Official papers. This This just belongs to the royal scribe himself, Eudoros. False bottom. A letter.
Esteemed Ibis, the Pharaoh remains compliant and is our puppet in all things. Act with caution in Siwa. The murder of the Heron was but the first. 2 from among us here in Alexandria have also been killed. However, the situation is under control. GENNADIOS is actively questioning the populace. We commend your efforts, Ibis. Long life.
Stamped with the seal of the snake. The snake is Eudoros, the royal scribe. Aya said that the royal scribe is often at the bathhouse. I will kill that naked ear that Eudoros there.
Yes, we shall. Eudoros the snake. Bayek has sought the identity of a snake ever since that night in the temple. Although all of the masked ones were guilty, it was the snake who took Remu's life. At last, the murderer has come within Bayek's grasp. I gotcha, kill and draw.
Hey, what?
Just gonna go out of this area, so we don't have to worry about being detected there. Yeah, time to find the bathhouse, I guess. As Alexandria looks very Greek. Yeah, definitely is as well. Because this city was of course founded by Alexander the Great. And he brought like a lot of the Greek influence over to Egypt. Which is why like a lot of the buildings and all of it is kind of like directly inspired by Greek architecture. Name 50 ancient cities, Alexandria. True that.
Clear off now! What's the meaning of this?
Out of my way. Get out of the damn way. This next mission is quite interesting because it is actually a mission that's, like, narratively speaking, at least social stealth. Even if there are, like, no social stealth mechanics in the game, but what you're doing essentially is.
وهس آن وآت.
Yeah, time to unlock the best outfit in the game. The bath towel.
Eudoros is here again.
I pity him. His skin affliction is an endless source of discomfort.
I suspect he comes here principally to ogle naked boys.
As do we all.
Towel whipping contests.
I love coming here. The building alone is worth the trip. Look up at that expansive ceiling. Simply divine.
Yeah, imagine, like, assassinating someone like that.
Kairos chooses his horses badly. Have you seen his wife?
Like, the towel blade has two parts. The towel and the blade. The magic all covering non-budging towel.
Is everything to your liking, my lord?
The water is a bit tepid today. Such incompetence.
This area is off limits.
This.
My lord, are you properly served?
Quiet. See that my towels are ready.
See? It's gonna be towel whipping contest.
And be done with it!
May the gods curse you. What cause have you to kill me?
It was you who murdered my son before my eyes!
You are a fool.
At the temple, in Siwa!
That forsaken shithole? I had nothing to do with that disaster.
It is too late for your lies. Anubis awaits. It is worth the loss to slay the snake at last.
The snake? The snake will never die.
Son of Apep, the Lord of the Duat awaits.
Eudoros, killed! Oh, dear gods, he's been murdered!
Look at the blood!
But he was so handsome!
It's Eudoros, poor soul!
It's Batman. Poor Bayek. But hey, we unlocked the best outfit in the game. The Bath Tower, even with a hood. Yeah, kinda is busted. It's kinda funny, it was just like an accident, really, and then became like a legend. Hey, the Rains, welcome in. How are you? I know, right, Kobe, it's so good. Like, Abubakar Salim just has to be one of my absolute favorite voice actors in gaming. But yeah, now with the snake dead, it's time to meet Aya and reunite. A royal scribe to Ptolemy, Eudoros was one of the puppet masters of the pharaoh. He met his death in Alexandria's opulent bathhouse thanks to Bayek's newly acquired hidden blade. Although he did manage to exact limited vengeance, the loss of Bayek's ring finger. But was Eudoros in fact the snake? Oh, that's the question. Yeah, we can already have 2 bows now, that's nice. Let's go for the obsidian bow here. Yeah, that's right. Trojan War would have been a very different time period than this one. That guy saying Eudoros was too handsome to be killed. Yeah, something must be wrong with that one. That's for sure. Yeah, I think Aya's actually waiting there for us, so... Let's go ahead and track the quest here. Parkour. Now, the great thing with the heavy blunt is actually that we have a kind of like counter parry function without having the parry ability unlocked. Because the heavy attack is basically like a counter into a heavy attack. Like this, it's like an initial block, then a hit. So if you actually time this with the attack of an enemy, you open them up for like a really devastating hit that's like one shot most of the time actually. But yeah, since I don't actually focus on warrior abilities, I don't have parry unlocked yet, so that actually comes in handy.
Ανδρείας απόδειξης μίζωνος. Θεοί εωρακάτε.
Εμού απολαμβάνει μίζωνα και ρέστε ευχή.
Χάρμα. How shall I sing of thee, brightly shining one? Rocky Dilos hunter, Litos golden sun. How shall I sing of thee, brightly shining one? Rocky Dilos hunter, Litos golden sun. Light bringing Phoebus, I am but your lyre. Hear my oath, give me your song. I shudder with your fire.
That's Cassandra's voice actress singing here, actually. Could be another song I could add to, you know, like the song selection. Where's the snake? Wow, that's the question, isn't it? Supposedly we killed the snake, but there's a plot twist behind that.
My dearest.
The snake and GENNADIOS are dead. It was Eudoros. He died flailing in the baths.
I wish I had been there.
My wife. My wife.
Dee.
Hey, I was wondering if I should pull you out. Your adrenaline and BP are elevated, and it's affecting your heart rate and hormonal markings. Serotonin and oxytocin in particular. What happened in there?
Aya's here.
Who's Aya?
Bayek's wife. I could feel her nearby.
You can feel her? Pretty sure that's the bleeding effect. Along with Bayek's memories, you're also experiencing his emotions.
No, you dork. I think she's actually in this cave. Spouses usually share the same tomb.
A second mummy? We should really report to Abstergo.
Maybe after I find Aya.
I'm gonna call it in if you don't.
Deanna, no! If you do it there, well, get no credit. They'll cut me out like always.
Okay.
There.
What is it?
The bleeding effect is leading me to Aya.
Oh, great. More fuel for your superhero complex.
Yeah, Kobe. Yeah, she actually worked on this game already before Odyssey. And she mainly voices kind of like Greek side characters and like even random NPC, shatter, and apparently also songs. We also hear her later, I think like even 2 times in the like Sarene part of the story. Where we have like more of a Greek population as well. So yeah, I guess this game is kind of like what made her
Find what you're looking for yet?
get the role for Odyssey 2.
Oh, Aya's here.
Never mind above the snake, where Schatzli. Doing Schatzli things. Looking for the lamp source. It was, yeah, Killendro. I mean, I can't say that I have like the 100% confirmation that that exactly was her. But I do know for a fact that she has voiced several characters in the game, and I would say that I can recognize her voice quite well. So I would say with 99% certainty that it was her. Stupid sexy murder couple. Yeah, that's Bayek and Aya in a nutshell.
Did you find what you're looking for yet?
I know Aya's here.
Nemesis, so Aya actually did it. Yeah, she like full on shaved him. Cassandra's voice actress is also in one of the episodes of the Sandman series where she plays a Greek muse. Recognize her almost immediately. Oh yeah. Keeping the Greek theme there. Looks better than the moped. I kinda like Bayek's dreads, but I also really like the bald and bearded combo with Bayek. I do prefer him bearded over shaved most of the time.
So, Miss Marvel, did you find what you're looking for yet?
I know Aya's here.
Hey, you said that 2 times already, Aya.
She's down there. My turn for a leap of faith.
Leap of what? You're in no condition to do any leaping?
Damn, that's cool.
Citizens.
I was right, she's here.
Oh, there you are, thank God.
I can almost taste the blood.
Okay, you're making less and less sense, Layla. We need to report.
Not yet.
Not yet? So when?
Well, I can't chew my way out of here.
Ava Aura, welcome in.
Your story will be told.
Citizen.
Climbing. And it's hard, so scuti, will you?
Fine. Let me know when you get to the top.
Yeah, no kidding, Aura. It's like, Layla, are you a cannonball by any chance? You know, she voices Athena in Immortals Phoenix Rising. That's right, yeah, I think I've heard of her as well. I haven't played that game myself, but I watched...
now I have a way back up in case I fall.
I watched a catch-up playing that one. But yeah, the similarities to Odyssey were definitely there.
I'm going back in.
Why?
I took a DNA sample from Aya. I want to see her memories.
Look, I get that you're excited, but the more risks we take, the worse things could go for us.
It's my dream on the line here. Let me do this my way.
Best TV show in town. Now we can also do like all kinds of parkour with Layla, which we couldn't do before. So the bleeding effect is already, you know, taking effect with Layla here too. You know, like doing the leap of faith, being able now to walk and climb and stuff.
Adding Aya's DNA to the chamber.
It'll take time to sequence. You won't be able to sync with her memories right away. Layla, something else you should know. Since you're mixing gene sequences in an uncontrolled manner, the transition between memories will likely be unpredictable.
I'm comfortable with unpredictability.
Yeah? Well, I'm worried.
You always are.
Yeah, and she should be. With Layla. I mean, it's Layla. Ah, really, Ember? Damn, that's so annoying. Sorry to hear that you have to deal with all of this in Unity. Fortunately, I didn't have to deal with any of that in my latest playthrough, but it can be like a bit of a gamble sometimes, you know. I definitely have playthroughs where I don't encounter any major bugs. Then there's like others where everything is going wrong, it seems. Nikolaus is Prometheus, Socrates is Zeus, and Cleon is a villain again. Of course he is. Yeah, Levi and I were actually talking about Cleon earlier, because they're kind of like talking about ancient Greek theater plays. And that reminded me of that play that you organize as part of the main story. to discredit Cleon, essentially. Yeah, you and me both, Aura. I mean, I have to say that Layla redeemed herself a little bit for me in Valhalla, but I can't stand her in Odyssey, especially, and in Origins I find her definitely not sympathetic, at least. I can kind of live with her, but Odyssey is really what kills her for me as a character.
You! The Animus hasn't finished interpreting Aya's DNA yet!
Fine, fine.
They'll be like, God damn it, Hulk smash. Wanna play Aya already?
What is it?
The snake. What if he was not the last?
Of course he was the last. They are all dead. Justice is done. If there's any question, Apollodorus will know. He knows all.
And where will I find this man who knows so much?
He is with Cleopatra. But find his man first near the Hippodrome.
Hey!
I'll tell Phanos that GENNADIOS is dead and meet you later.
That bath tower hood though.
Enjoy the Hippodrome. Don't lose all your money at the races.
Looks so doggy. I kind of love it. If you planned fun choice, you found a staff with good warrior damage and now you can knock everyone upside the head in combat. Oh yeah, Aura. I quite like the heavy blunts in Origins actually. It's especially useful because I don't have a parry ability yet because I focus on assassin and hunter abilities. And the heavy blunt of course has a kind of like a parry function with a heavy attack, so that's very good use. Voice acting in Black Flag was a good standard Sephiroth tone. Yeah, I mean kind of like the voice actors that got on there. It was actually insane, like the cast they had. Really hope the recklessness will bite her back. Yeah, it's gonna eventually, that's for sure. Quite like the heavy blunts, I'm sure you do. I can't stand how slow they are, but they do good work. The amounts of legendary heavy weapons in Odyssey is really annoying. Yeah, I think Odyssey just has so much gear sometimes that it becomes a bit bothersome to deal with all of the micromanagement after a while. And yeah, there's like barely any legendary stuffs, isn't there? Like almost none at all. Unless you play like the DLC. Good they eventually added that to the address, yeah. Ability to store stuff, because Was a bit ridiculous before how much you had to deal with all of the micromanagement. Right. Okay, but yeah, I think it's time we actually start working on some of the side missions in Alexandria and explore a little bit. So let's have a look over here. Very Kobe, you take care, thank you for being here and for lurking. And hope you have a good day at work as well today. So we'll catch you next time, Kobe. Yeah, I wonder why Aura, you know, because it's such a good weapon type. But I guess they're more a fan of like regular swords and spears.
Pathetic philosopher. It's a shame what has happened to him.
Intellectual theft is a serious crime. Strabo agrees, yet our king's regime is too busy with ceremony.
Imagine, free elections in Egypt. Alexandria could be a thriving city-state. Not if the aristos of the world are locked away, shunned, oppressed. The polis suffers when free will is crushed.
As long as we have access to the gymnasium, we shall fill papyri with our ideas.
I love you, Homeros. Let us drink wine and celebrate the Alexandrian Pleiad and salute our dear friend Aristo.
Eva Razordeck, welcome in. I think because they had more Greek mythology themed spears, they wanted to make, yeah. Definitely is quite the iconic weapon, I guess. With like lots of potential references they could make with it.
Curse you, Doros! May they all rot! Where's that bottle of wine?
That's true, Aura, but so are shields, I guess. Probably even more.
No one can get him back for me. He'll die in prison because of that viper, you Doros!
But like 70% of the soldiers don't have any shields whatsoever. Or like any shield formations, anything like that.
Without my Aristo, my comforter, my joy, my love! Who are you? One of Eudoros Phylakis?
I am no friend of Eudoros.
He's brought nothing but sorrow to my husband Aristo. The great poet philosopher, jailed. Jailed for writing beautiful things.
Words are a powerful weapon.
My love spent years writing his masterwork. Years! Then Eudoros plagiarized it and passed my husband's genius off as his own.
And Aristo took him to court.
Months of arguments. In the end, my husband is beaten, ridiculed, and tossed in a cage.
Is this what passes for justice in Alexandria?
Oh, my dear man. If you right this wrong, my husband and I can flee this city and be done with this ordeal. If you free him, I know of a boat that will take him on the southern docks. I will wait for you. Please, just bring me back my Aristo.
Oh shit. There's a Phylaki nearby. Definitely don't want to deal with those yet because we are like 8 levels below the lowest level 1 actually. We're gonna like insta kill us essentially.
Clear the way!
Razor should have given Origins more of a chance. You had AC fatigue, you think? You got like 90% for the game and put it down, and then came back a week before Odyssey release to beat it. I gotcha. It's definitely fair, you know, especially with how much content there is to in this game and how much time you can spend with it. It's definitely becoming like more extensive than any AC game before. Okay, so he's being escorted there. Let's get a mount.
Will no... Who's this? Another of Eudoro's sycophants come to sneer? Leave me alone with my woes.
I am a friend of Phanos, a protector.
Gonna get away from a buddy there.
Move! Move! You have more courage than Achilles himself. You've released me from daily beatings.
We should go, quickly.
The Vlachos broke my hip. Be careful, I pray you.
Your wife tells me to get you out of Alexandria.
My wife, the dear woman, yes. There's a boat in port. Take me there. That Eudoros, what a detestable man. He couldn't forgive me for writing a better book. It was a book about denial, full of marvelous descriptions. I'm very good at descriptions, if I do say. That's why Eudoros stole so much of my book. His own writing is insipid. He knows nothing of the Nile River. Couldn't describe a hippopotamus if it bit him on the ass. The soldiers will certainly kill me if they find us. And what will become of my dear wife? She is the light of my life. She hated my book, though. Too many crocodiles, she says. Which is a fair criticism. Still, Eudoros has a lot to answer for.
I should tell you, Eudoros is dead.
Glad to hear it. May he roast in Hades for eternity. Did you kill Eudoros yourself?
I did.
Good man. I hope it was painful for that dung-eater.
It's kind of cool it gets referenced if you have actually done the quest before.
They beat an old man. This new generation of Alexandrian poets seems to be of a new order.
They certainly take risks.
Give them my regards, will you? It is ever harder to produce good works here.
He sure likes to talk a lot, that's for sure. He's a poet through and through. Or you forgot about the S tier mercenaries who got to tier 1 and then a merc at level 80 walked by you. Yeah, that can be scary too sometimes. Just being completely out leveled. That's fair to Razor, you know, sometimes you kind of like see something different, like retrospective, I guess. My favorite AC? Well, my favorite one would definitely be AC2, but Origins is a close second for me. So, yeah, definitely would say those two are my favorite ones. It's mostly the setting, the characters, the voice acting, the writing, and the music make them like my favorite games. How about you, Razor? Yeah, he does, Aura. Never stops. Hey, if you are welcome in. How are you today? Good morning. AC2 is great and you should have given Origins more of a chance. You loved AC3 the most, you think. Maybe Odyssey. I gotcha. Yeah, I quite like AC3 too. I think that's a really underrated game in a lot of ways. And I love Connor as a character, you know, he really is very unique, I think, in his upbringing and kind of like what he stands for. Super idealistic character too.
here! The boat is ready! We set sail as soon as you are aboard!
My wife! Thank the beneficent gods! Please, we must get out of this city. We must flee. Those damned guards will find me. Egypt is no place for a philosopher. We made it!
My love! I'm so grateful that you are free.
You should leave. The PHYLAKITAI will surely come after you.
I shall flee. My wife has booked us passage to Crete. It was always our plan to go there. Perhaps we will have a better life there.
May the gods look over you on your journey.
My beliefs on duty and honor are ambivalent. But I can see that you have done yours. If all of Egypt was filled with men of your virtue, life would be divine.
You agree Connor was great and you liked the twist of the game? Absolutely, yeah. Didn't quite was the turn off that a lot of people expected, I guess, you know. And Connor's story was also like so tragic with like everything he lost. Which of course was like part of the twists and turns the game had, you know, like with his old friend attacking him. Or him being forced to kill his own father. But Connor's too miserable. You love that game because you love the Last of the Mohicans movie. The game captured that time so well. I haven't actually seen that movie yet, but maybe that's one I have to look out for. I definitely get that, you know, like with Origins, for instance, it was a game I highly anticipated because I just loved ancient Egypt in movies as well. Never it was kind of like portrait. And one of the movies especially that made me excited for it was the Prince of Egypt movie, the animated one from like the late 90s, because it's like breathtakingly beautiful with the art style. Also had really amazing music, and I always just felt it was like a really good setting for Assassin's Creed 2. Yeah, or it's like the classic, you know, like, I have to carry you, but all of a sudden, you know, his hip is fine and he can walk and stand and sit without any issue. I admit it, you just want to be carried. Yeah, same here, Aura. I also watched it quite a lot as a kid. And I would say it's not entirely kid-friendly, maybe? I mean, it's an animated movie, and there's certainly messages that kids can also understand. But, yeah, there's definitely some really dark stuff happening, especially when, you know, God goes through the city to take the lives of everyone. Like every firstborn. Or they didn't, you know, put the blood of like a lamb on the doorstep, essentially. So anyone who wasn't like part of that faith died, you know. Like all of those kids as well. And like child murder in general is like a big topic there. That's the whole reason why Moses was adopted by the pharaohs in the first place, right? So, yeah, definitely quite dark. Yesterday he saved someone from being a lynx dinner and he was bleeding everywhere, but once he got back to his wife he was good enough to try and bang her right in front of you. It sounds like Odyssey in a nutshell. For sure. Okay, so this mission is actually level 20, so I'm not gonna do this just yet. Just in case we come across people that are like 8 levels above us. Yeah, female Eivor is canon. That being said, choosing male Eivor can also be canon, because as a user of the Animus you have a choice. Because Eivor is based on Odin, and Odin was a dude. And you can also play as Odin, so essentially whenever you choose to be male Eivor, you're choosing Eivor Or how Ava would look like if she was male, I guess. But the true canon choice is letting the enemies aside, which means playing female Eivor and playing male Odin. Yeah, definitely Leo. Like, Magnus Brun is basically the reason why I went for male Eivor in most of my playthroughs, because I just love his voice so much that, you know, I didn't really want to play female Eivor, even though I do like her voice actress also. I think she also did a great job with the character. But, yeah, for me, male Eivor is like, so good. I just love listening to his voice. And I also like how he delivers a lot of the lines, where I 100% prefer his performance, I have to say. Even if it's not canon. But yeah, voice acting is outstanding. Ubisoft said both are canon, but the letter says Eivor Varen's daughter, which means Varen's daughter. Yeah, so what they mean by both are canon is the choice to play as Eivor is canon. But Eivor canonically is still female. Basically what I just explained with, right? That the Animus is based on the DNA of Eivor, but Eivor is based on Odin. Odin was male, Eivor was female, which is why you have a choice. But Eivor is, canonically speaking, the daughter, so the daughter of Varen, and female. Something we were thinking of while playing yesterday was that Origins and Odyssey have so many NPC moments that feel alive. You're always running into people fighting animals or each other or just doing random shit in these games. Valhalla's more quiet still. You feel like everyone is just waiting for Eivor to show up. It's definitely more isolated in some ways and more of a lonely game. I mean, you still have like things happening like getting ambushed and like guards and patrol and stuff. But it's also like less dangerous wildlife, I guess, so that also creates less of those situations. And yeah, it also seems like there's like less faction fights going on too. I feel like it kind of suits the time, but yeah, I don't know what you mean. We're going hoodening.
Great Serapis, are you as merciful as Amun?
Welcome, brother.
Thank you, priest.
It is good to see Egyptians come back. Since my drummer was jailed, it has been quiet.
The silence is striking.
A tanner jailed my drummer, accused him of stealing a precious Nubian lion skin from the Daivads. Poor soul even worked for him. Tragic. He is an honest man.
Leave this in my hands, priest.
Medjai, my drummer is in the Kibotos arsenal nearest the library. Serapis walk with you.
And you, priest.
Yeah, canon Joe, according to mythology, that's true, I guess. It's always like the question, you know, how much of that is true in terms of like, you know, Assassin's Creed? I definitely get it to aura. You know, I do kind of like these random faction fights and stuff happening most of the time. I mean, I don't like them for stealth challenges because they can completely screw up whatever you're doing. But they can be quite fun to witness and just watch unfolding. Yeah, exactly, Aura. I mean, some of these myths are more true than others. But as far as we know, there's no shapeshifting yet. I mean, there's always a possibility they're gonna kind of confirm it at some point and say, yeah, we do have the technology to do that. Or I could always argue with, you know, they use Piece of Eden to create an illusion, which is a classic.
Out of the way.
So that's how a lot of the myths come to be too, I guess. According to the lore, at least.
Best not to draw attention here.
Let's go ahead and take care of the signifier here. So sometimes there's like patrol guards coming past here. So if I kill this one, they might investigate the area. So I think I want to ignore this guy for now because he's exposed to the open streets and patrolling guards. That being said, if I get detected... Speaking of which... If I get detected by roaming guards, that doesn't count. Unless they go inside the mission zone and search for me as like part of being alerted or something. But yeah, there was perfect timing there with the detection. Literally talking about it. But yeah, imagine Leo if that happened to Bazaar. Would feel a bit awkward. Maybe that's part of the origin story we're gonna see in Mirage, right? But yeah, let's go ahead and restart or reload the quest objective here. vis-a-vis roaming guards I was talking about. I hope I've tagged everyone here, but no idea.
The wind attack on site here.
Make sure nobody's on this ship here.
You! Yeah, big guy! You have got the look of a man who can heft things. Namely, me and my injured foot.
I come on the priest's request, drummer.
Then get me out of here, Medjay!
I cannot help but think. You seem cheerful for a man unable to walk.
You jest, Charlie. This is the best day of my life. My foot will cost that Tana.
Surely your health is worth more than that.
If I can prove nothing, you would be correct. That is where you come in, friend.
Let's use the boat here to escape.
What is it you think I can do?
Find the fools who stole it, of course. Return that skin and clear my name.
Who stole the lion skin?
I turned away from the lion skin for a moment, and a bandit nabbed it and ran away. I lost him in the crowd. It happened in the Egyptian district. The guards, of course, blame me. Tough life being an Egyptian in Alexandria.
I will find them then.
Well, apparently his foot is fine. Jumping into water and swimming.
I will be fine. Just need to rest my leg. Then I will go and meet the priest. You clear my name.
Seems legit. Oh, really, Aura? I thought he was your favorite one.
You there! Stop!
Or no, the NPC voice actor you just heard, Ember. The guy we rescued, the drummer. He does like lots of roles in this game and always has like a very similar sounding voice that's kind of annoying. I kind of find it entertaining.
Move! Now!
Hey! Get out of my way!
What's wrong with you?
I mean, the motion is like Osiris guy is just a legend, isn't he? In my opinion.
Me? Die, idiot!
Okay, that's counted as a forced detection scenario. Because these guys just attacked me for being here, apparently, even though it isn't a restricted area or whatever. Which means they're designed to lure you into combat, essentially. So not gonna count these detections, yeah?
You're finished!
Look, this one has a Magi badge. A dead breed should stay dead.
You think you're tough? I'll show you tough. Look at that sword! I'll take that from you, big man. Wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Yeah, but definitely not the strongest in combat yet.
This is the skin? Oh, this poor beast. Blue is no color for a lion.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, definitely seems like it was a forced combat scenario for sure. Like a bandits, time for Bayek's Spartan range. Yeah, love using that one. Especially with the sickest sword.
Claims to not have stolen a thing. Do you wish Serapis displeased with you?
No. I am going to sue you for my broken leg, you naked idiot!
That is not helping.
I knew you Egyptians were all alike. This is what I get for hiring you. Thieves all!
I have my best man on this. We will fix it.
Since when I am your man, Bo?
This man is a thief!
Peace, Theon.
I am the wronged party here. My skin was stolen.
And if you want it back, you will pay him for his suffering. And make amends by kneeling to Serapis.
This is your answer, priest? Extortion? Fine.
I fear Serapis and I have a long road ahead of us. Blessings on your journey, brother.
I mean, you dyed your lion blue, so you shouldn't speak up, dude. Always these Greek psychopaths with sun hats. It's always the same. This met the sun hats outfit is locked behind the final Odyssey chapter. Oh. You can get the sun hat even at random blacksmiths sometimes. But it's a very small chance. And you have to check every blacksmith you come across essentially. But yeah, as a sun hat you can get by random chance on like blacksmiths. But you have to like literally check every Like I've seen it twice already. Okay, that's good, because in my latest Odyssey playthrough I didn't find it once, I don't think. Man, I really need some copper here. Let's have a look. Could kill a couple patrolling guards and get enough copper to kind of upgrade the hidden blade. I feel like would be good to take that on, because then we can assassinate high level enemies as well. I think the sunburn protection is just like a meme. It's that. It doesn't mean anything. I don't think. Oh, who knows? Is critical assassination this one? It isn't. You just have like the regular assassination, and either you have enough damage or you don't. There's no critical chance either. It's just like a base assassin damage.
Out of the way! Decision, Gerech.
Whoa.
Stay behind me there. Distract the enemy.
Oh, that's a Phylaki. I don't want to get into a Phylaki fight yet. Exactly, Leo. That and the car like left me behind there.
Whoa.
But good, we have a bit of a better speed here with the horse. Okay, let's actually port ourselves in the middle of Alexandria, because that's like the main road for any kind of like cargo convoys.
Oh, vakekt me no.
Actually have like a better hunter bow at this point? I don't. Jesus. I haven't gotten any hunter bow yet since level 6. Ondra's a lovely camel, but she has no sense of urgency. That's very true. Always wondering about. Whoops. I killed an NPC. Bastards.
Maintain protected formation. You're finished.
Jesus, okay. Don't hit any headshot, will you? Right. Zeno needs to learn to loot your range victims. Yeah, that would have been very useful to have for sure. But hey, at least she does that.
There is no escape!
You will not pass!
Block the road behind me! I will get through!
Get out of the way! Ah, shit! They're in trouble! Work together!
So much iron, but no bronze. Oh, there's some bronze on the ship, actually.
I should be cautious around here.
Oh, hey there. Thanks for the lift. So that crash. Amazing. You forgot to cross revenge, you attack enemies with you without prompting. It was delightfully surprised. Yeah. Yes, Zeno also have that ability, but you have to unlock it. It's actually over. Yeah, it's Eco Harass over here, which gives you the passive to harass enemies during combat. It definitely helps having the partial kind of like aim assist, I guess, with the horse combat. Because I can just focus on running anywhere and I'm still pretty much aligned with my enemies most of the time. But it helps just waiting for a really good timing on a headshot and just taking that most of the time. And also like trying to change your movement direction a little bit to dodge enemy arrows. Because it can deal quite substantial amount of damage in this game. It's also funny how everyone is like super concerned about Bayek potentially drowning or like needing help to get out of there. Alright, guys. Holy shit, look at these visual glitches, though.
Ancient writing in the Old Kingdom.
Ancient writing. It's kind of funny, Rod. You were actually writing exactly the moment where I was saying, okay, guys, this is gonna be it for today. Or at least just before I was about to say it. I can stay on for a couple more minutes, that's no worries. How's it going, Rod? How was your stream today? I hope it went well with the rest of Watch Dogs. And yeah, how far did you actually get into your playthrough of it? Also, hey, Lucinda, welcome back. The desert is kind of like a lake, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, these issues have been happening ever since I got like a newer version of GeForce. Or like any version newer than the one designed for this game kind of creates that issue with the water, unfortunately. But then if I go for an older version, then Valhalla has issues with that, so it's like really ridiculous. Okay, sorry, I had to mute myself here for a sec. Reda was great, thanks. I couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it in Watch Dogs 2. It wasn't until the second last mission you felt a challenge through, and so the count was 1. Watch Dogs Legion went well doing a melee challenge. Ah, okay, so you finished Watch Dogs 2 and started Legion. Damn, that's some good progress, dude. That's awesome. The melee challenge, that's interesting. So that means you can still stealthily take down enemies, but only when doing it in person. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see, actually. And yeah, the stream was really good. Made good progress. We finished the Alexandria storyline by killing the 2 targets, and also finished everything except for the Claudius mission in Yamo. And yeah, also started working on Alexandria and exploring there a little bit. Of course, going for all of the modern day documents and stuff. So yeah, we've done a decent bit today. Been detected 3 times so far. All of those were kinda unfortunate, I would say. One of them was kinda like my bow was aligned with the target to be a headshot, but then Bayek shot into a wall instead, even though the health bar was saying it will kill the enemy. So got detected after that. Another time I tagged an entire camp, but missed 2 somehow that were sleeping. So when I went ahead to destroy jars, which I had to do, which of course is a high profile action, they got woken up by that and detected me. And the 3rd time I was literally talking about what happens if I get detected. It was kind of like not really paying attention to the game. And then somebody came across a corner and saw me then. But yeah, 3 detections so far, but definitely happy overall with how the challenge has been going. Because yeah, we have a decent amount of gameplay hours now, coming close to 10 hours total. So yeah, definitely happy with how it's going. We've had Odyssey crash several times in use so far. Your PS5 can't understand why using a PS4 disc game. Damn. You would think that doesn't really play a role once you kind of like download the next-gen version of a game. Yeah, that's ridiculous. can't deal with human enemies with guns or explosions, whether non-lethal or lethal, just takedowns in hand-to-hand combat. I gotcha. That's definitely interesting. Especially given that Legion does have a more elaborate combat system as well, you know, than any of the other Watch Dogs games. Nice progress, that's great, only 3 detections so far. You absolutely hate when that happens in Valhalla so often. When they're two talking about the challenge routes, then mess it up. Yeah. Was like perfect timing essentially. Was I literally talking or like about to say the word detections, and at that moment I got detected. Thanks, Nemesis. It's only about 5 PM here, so still gonna be awake for quite a while. But yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I definitely will later. Whenever you hear that is very loudly, you know to save because a crash may happen right then. Yeah. At least you have a bit of a audio cue at least, I guess. But then you can't make drones or turrets attack the allies. I gotcha. That makes sense for sure. But that's a really cool challenge. I'm looking forward to see some of it. But can't you make drones or turrets? Are you out of material? Or are you in debt? Do you need money? That's probably it, Anakin. But yeah guys, so this is gonna be what I'll call it today for AC Origins. We're gonna come back to this on Friday, and then we're gonna finish with all of the mission in level range in Alexandria.
I do not ask for much. A bit of coin, that's all.
Just a few coins, please. And we're also gonna take care of this mission, of course, over here with Claudius. I'm also probably gonna go ahead and take care of the stone circuits we still have left here. And I reckon we're also gonna take on our first Phylaki, because we're definitely gonna get to level 18 range, I think, next time. Then we can take on the Outsider. And yeah, then we can also make our way over here, check out the Hippodrome, and maybe even start the next main story where we're gonna meet Cleopatra. But yeah, for today, this shall be where we record. Sounds good, Nemesis. You let me know. Thought I already played Origins? You mean like as part of my annual playthrough? No worries, Aura, thank you for being here. Cheers, Rod, I hope you have a great rest day and a good night today. Thanks again so much for the raid. And sorry about the timing. Yeah, I actually was about to raid out to you as well. I guess otherwise I would have raided Lucinda, but Lucinda isn't streaming any today either, so we're gonna have to find ourselves another raiding target. Cheers, Killenjo, thank you for being here too. Especially since the start of the stream, I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you also everyone for being here today and for the super active chat and everything. Got some great discussions and yeah. So thank you for like all of those who were here to be part of it. Thanks, Razor. You have a good one too. Thank you for being here. And thanks also for the follow. Didn't I play? You can't keep up with you lot anymore. Yeah, no worries, Anakin. Definitely understandable. So maybe you've been mistaking me with Rod, because Rod has already played for Origins and finished his RPG games series, I guess, of the games. But yeah, I haven't gotten to Origins yet this year. The last time I streamed this was last year in July or so. Thanks, Lucinda. You have a good one too. Hope you enjoy your day of streaming and just chilling. And also getting that day break of Brotherhood and the frustration of losing everything there. But yeah, you're gonna be a lot richer very soon again, that's for sure. No worries, Rod. I'll catch you next time. No worries, Ivalio. Thank you also for being here, dude. Yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow. Not with Assassin's Creed Origins, but we're gonna be finishing with Hitman 2016. Because I'm already on the second last mission with that game. And I definitely anticipate we're gonna be finishing the rest of the game too, like the last final mission. And if we still have time, then we're gonna also be starting a new game. However, that's gonna be a surprise. So I'm not gonna reveal yet what it's gonna be, but yeah, we're gonna be playing something new once Hitman is finished. And then on Friday we're gonna come back to Origins and continue here with Alexandria. Here to check out the man behind the shirt Lucinda always wears. I appreciate it, Reza. And I also appreciated Lucinda for wearing that one. And for promoting me in that way. It's a really cool idea actually to like, you know, get merch of like different streamers and then showcase it like that. So yeah, thank you, Lucinda. Absolutely, Anakin. Yeah, it was a good one today for sure. And I always love, you know, playing more of Bayek and of this game. Just always a special experience to me. And I gotta say, I also had a really good time so far with the stealth challenge. You know, like, Origins surprisingly is really good with the stealth challenge, I have to say. I mean, apart from a few situations we had where we got detected, I would say that's still most of the time my fault. And yeah, it's very much calculatable, I think. But yeah, the ability to be able to tag enemies in advance is also super helpful. Like always knowing exactly where everyone is. You're planning to do some Borgia towers in your downtime today? That's a nice idea, Lucinda. Because doing them will really open up the map much more to you. Especially with like the renovations and all of that. Elden Ring? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe Bloodborne. Maybe Dark Souls 2. Or 3. Maybe Deadpool. Maybe Mad Max. Or maybe Batman Arkham Knight. So many games to choose from. So many potential ones. Tetris. Or Minesweeper. That would be a good one. Give us a hint, man. Good one, Anakin. Solitaire. Yeah, I will only play that in Solitaire. Or Solitude, I should say. But yeah, let's have a look to see who's online. And who we can rate today. Okay, I think we're gonna have a look at Fanlight if he's still actively streaming. He's actually playing the new Diablo 4. Also has drops enabled for anybody that might be playing the game as well. If you want to get some extra content, you can just watch his channel and unlock some items, I guess, for the game. Not a big Diablo player myself. I've only played Diablo 2, I think it was, back in the day with mates. But I haven't played anything since then. But yeah, before we go and raid out Vo, I want to give a couple of shoutouts. But I highly recommend checking out Rod, who's another big and massive fan of Assassin's Creed. Every weekend you can catch him play all kinds of AC games, from Black Flag and Unity currently, to the annual series run he's been doing himself with the entire series recently. But usually every weekend you can catch him play through some of the AC games. And currently he's also doing a series run on Watch Dogs. Just finished the second game today and made a start on Legion, where he's doing a unique melee challenge. Also want to highly recommend checking out Lucinda, who's also currently playing through the AC games. She's actually playing through the entire series every Monday and Tuesday, and currently started with Brotherhood after having finished AC2. And yeah, she's also been recently playing through Hades, which is kind of like a roguelike type of game. Also a big fan of anything first person, like Bioshock, Dishonored, Dying Light, and many of those games. So yeah, if that interests you, definitely consider checking that out. And also wanna recommend checking out Carbon, who's currently playing for AC3. You can catch him multiple times during the week doing shorter streams of that game. And yeah, he's also been playing through the series, most recently finished Revelations. So if you're looking for more AC content, then definitely go ahead and check out Rod, Lucinda, and Carbon as well. That's no worries, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out. And no worries, Ava, Lucinda. Thanks again for being here earlier as well. And I can continue with Watch Puppies next, off-brand Watch Dogs. It's kind of like a dog petting simulator. But yeah, let's go ahead and raid out the Fanlight. See how he's doing with some Diablo. If you would like to join us with a raid, there's of course some raid emotes you can copy and paste if you like. We've got one for subs and one for non-subs. And yeah, I will see everyone again back tomorrow with more of Hitman. So until then, I hope everyone is having a great rest of the day, and I will see you all in the next one. Take care.
Get out of the way!
Look at them drop like you. You're an embarrassment.
You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door!
I missed the part where that's my problem. I missed the part where that's my problem.
That deals in death so far does walk among his friends, and should the traitors rear their heads, they soon will meet the very end.